And now I can click go live. Oh, yeah, it says I'm live. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Today's video, or live stream, is going to be implementing a cool feature that Mr. Tree Frog sent me a video. He said, look at this Pong that I guess he's making. And so this is what we're going to try and recreate in today's stream. It's just like a really visceral sounding Pong that's in like an orbit with a score in the middle and everything. So that shouldn't be too hard, but also it might be like really hard. Who knows? Yeah, so it's like, you have interesting physics. I don't know if I'm going to do the curved paddle or not. That'll be interesting to see. Okay. So I don't know if I'm going to leave this running in the background, but hopefully Mr. Tree Frog is going to see the stream. He said he wanted to, so I let him know what was happening. I've just been setting up my Bevy to include things like the audio and particles and stuff so that it can run. I don't know why this isn't loading. Why is the Bevy version not working? Why? Dependencies, Bevy. Line 12, column 9. I don't know what I've done wrong. What? Okay, then we want to go. I think I've got the debug rendering. Interesting. I don't know why it's not parsing. That's the real question. States. Put micro states. Huh. It's weird. Why is it not working? What is it? What is the actual error? Expected closing. Am I not allowed to split it across multiple lines? Like, are you not allowed to return in a... It's very bizarre. So got to the end, got to here. This is line 28, column 2. Okay, default features. Is it that's the problem? Okay, so kind of a trailing comma. Weird. Okay. Hope everyone's doing okay. I did turn non-skippable ads on this stream, so I have a suspicion that's why half the people disappeared as soon as I started. So they got non-skippable ads. So I'll let it wait until it's going to tell me there's actually a bunch of people present before I recap anything. But what are we working on? This is a core state. I guess the first thing I'm going to have to do is port this whole thing to 0.11, which isn't that hard to do. Since it's state stuff, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so on update, struct playing. Hello, yeah. Glad to see that you can make it. You can watch me implement your Pong after I port my whole game across. So, what do we need? We need to derive system system set. Okay, so it needs hash. Debug probably wants clone copy. Probably needs par equal. No, it doesn't need par equal. No, it does. Okay. Par equal equal. Alright. And then we're gonna say inset playing. Enter. So I think this turned out to be the best way I've found to do like this behavior is to just create sets for specific things like that. Otherwise you have to do run if in state, you know, and so we need to configure set update, and then the set is playing, and then you say like run if in state game state playing. Just because doing it on a set like that saves you having to do this line of code everywhere. You can just say in set playing, and also means that theoretically at runtime it'll only check for this set, not for every other set. Okay, so then we need to go, these all need to be systems, and they need to be update. Nope, that's spelled wrong. Okay, update. Well, except this one's on enter. Game state. Guessing playing. Yep, and this one's on exit. No, playing is correct. It's on exit. Alright, I believe so, because I'm not entirely sure if systems can be placed relative to sets, but I'm pretty sure the way Bevy's actually implement it is they implement what it calls a label or something. So like run if we hover over this, the signature is into system configuration, which means that a set can have system configuration, but a system can also have system configuration. And the way it actually converts it down is the value of playing is identical to like a system with the same concept. Which means that you can run a system before a set or a system after a set. And any configuration you can do on a set, you can do on an individual system, because their label is the same, like when they compile down into a like ordering structure, like a system configuration, that's what it's called. Yeah, so here, the system configuration, into system configuration, is the same whether it's a system, a set, or anything else that you can configure. At least I think that's how it works. I'm not 100% sure. It's been a while since I dug into the code. We might just tuck this up here. I really haven't got into the habit of like tying all of these together because I don't know, I guess my brain's just so used to Bevy being like, yes, put it in all, just put them all in their own line. It does make things much more readable. So we configure the set, and then we go game event. So I think that's because game event doesn't have the event. Derive event. Okay, what's next on our error list? This state is private. Okay, yeah, because it's .get. Weird little change that Bevy made. They get private. I guess it's so that you can't just set it and break the state condition. Rave pick Wait, did Rapier change, or have I think I fucked up and I haven't specified a specific Rapier version, which means that it's using the original compiled one, which is out of date. Okay. Same with the editor. It'll be the same issue. PK store, no. I don't know if that'll be up to date. Bevy PK V store. Okay, well, I got an update 3 weeks ago in the examples. So I wonder, did they release a new version? 3 days ago, version 0.8 came out. Hey, that must be my my contribution came out. I actually added back to this plugin because I thought it was amazing, and made it so that you can anything that implements two as refstr rather than only actual static strings, or as strings. So you can use enums as types. Yeah, with the new system sets, they're really cool. I just wish that maybe they'd pushed it back one release before they released it, because it's really annoying when Bevy absolutely breaks their API, like they did with the changing system sets, and then decide that it didn't work, so they break their API going back, or in this case, changing it to a slightly different variant. Like, I would prefer if they hadn't, broken it like that. Mostly because my video became out of date like 3 months after it came out. It was like, now it's out of date. And I only released it because I was like, hey, everything's changed, 1 year anniversary. And then it was like, oh, new version of Bevy, everything's changed again. Okay. So that should work, because it's going to take a while for the Rust analyzer to compile. But I'm pretty sure the only reason this doesn't work is because it's using an old version, and this will be the same. Okay, so state's private, so it's get thing set. Don't know what these failures are. State name and get. Well, the thing is, it wasn't a reality in Bevy for a long time. Like, yeah, they kept changing the API, but it was always things like what was the first thing? Because I've been with Bevy since 0.3, I think, or 0.4 was the release that I first found Bevy, and since then, outside of being like components used to be any type, any struct, now components are only specific structs. And then they, but it was all just declare derive on it. Then they did some minor modifications to what like a system could be. But since the beginning, it's always been add system. You used to have to call .system on the end, like you used to type up here. When you like add system, you'd be like .system, like that. You'd have to do that in like 0.4 up to like 0.6, and then they got rid of it. But they didn't break it. They just said like, this is deprecated, it'll automatically call it, and then like 2 versions later they went, okay, now you can't call it directly. Gave people plenty of time, like you didn't have to update it immediately. Then they did a bunch of other stuff. They did the same, like, it always still worked the same way. Like the API didn't really break, they just tweaked it a little bit. But then the last 2 versions, they've more or less just busted the API and then decided that they broke it in the wrong way and changed it again, which, again, fine with changing it to what they need. It's just, it would have been nice if it made it like more than one update before they went, yeah, that was just a bad implementation. It's not like they changed anything. For example, they just made it more confusing. Like how to explain? Like, it made sense to change the API when the new, new scheduling system came in, but it didn't make sense to change the API now, because they changed the API because people were confused by the new API. So they just did a bad job implementing the API. There was no need for the change. in the sense of like, if they just done it correctly in 0.10, which partly is like, not their fault. They didn't get it right the first time. It's just mildly infuriating, is I think the term for it. It's the same as they really need to do something about this. This would be nice. And this is one of those, like, they don't need to change this or get rid of it in any way. They just need to have this have default. Make it implement default so that, and the default be like 50 milliseconds. So I don't have to use, STD time duration, because it doesn't even have like you could have like a from seconds or something and let me specify this, or from millis instead of with delay, and just make it like less boilerplate in order to create one. Okay, so add plugins, edit a plugin. It's the same as it also doesn't make sense why they broke some of these things. Like I think on startup still works, but like the add startup system, they actually broke it so that it didn't it would be deprecated like this, so with a line through it, which means that it's deprecated, not removed. But then it wouldn't work. It would just crash. It would just be like, yes, you're not allowed to do that. Now, why make it a soft error if it was actually a hard error, if it's just going to panic as soon as you run? It was just a weird, like, why do that? Expected? Like, okay, so you need to be... yeah, interesting design choice to deprecate something that if you don't change it crashes. It would have been better just to remove it entirely, make it a hard crash so that the compiler told me it was wrong. Okay, so systems. It's the same as I suspect these will be the same. Is that it'll actually hard crash because it's going to say, hey, that system can't actually be done anymore. And these ones make a little bit more sense because, like add on startup system, it literally could have just called the previous implementation and let it run through. These ones not so much, because I don't think on schedule would do shit. Like on schedule is probably going to panic if I just do this. Yeah. So why make it a soft error if it's just going to panic? That's not how you deprecate things. Deprecate's like, hey, you can keep using this, but it's not the best way. It'll be more difficult to keep and maintain. But it's like, no, instead it just calls crash. I would rather the compiler tell me there's errors than just panic when it launches. Like, I'm like, yes, it compiles and then crashes immediately because of how it's configured. Okay. Run if not instead. Say bunning that. Okay, that's confusing. I think is that binding state? Yeah. Spawn settings menu. All right, because this reads for a key press. That's why I'm doing this way. I was going, surely Belly can let me press things, but I'm like, no, because I'm letting you specify literally any key. I have to do it this way. Okay. And then we do this one. I love how you can tell when I'm focusing because I just go really quiet. Like most of the time I'm just talking shit, and then like I'll be like, I need to pay attention while I do this, and my brain just shuts down. It goes, yeah, okay, pay attention, pay attention. No, add an S. Okay, systems, and then we need to add a system to update. Oh, not dot update. Yeah, but it makes sense when you think about how it does it, and it's because, like, these are schedules that are specific to my specific application, whereas these are just your generic schedules. So the update, and even in the previous API, which is I think part of the reason they changed it is it was confusing, was to make something run on update of a specific set or a specific state, you needed to put it in a set. But
the on enter and on exit are in schedules, which meant that when you like copy paste code, it got really difficult. The default implementation, I swear I read it in the update, like the 0.11 update, like what's new, is like 50 milliseconds, as they said, would be a good default amount of time to wait. Basically, it's just to make sure that, I think it's phones specifically, when like write to flash, the file will be said to change before all the data is arrived, which meant that it may start reading and reading significantly faster than writing. So it would actually read into unwritten data or something like that, is I think how the actual like underlying issue went. But it was just the idea that the change detection could trigger before all the data was present on disk or like validated on disk or whatever. So they're like, you need to give it 50 milliseconds to finish its write. I may be slightly wrong there, but I'm sure somewhere in like the migration guide or something it said, yeah, 50 milliseconds if you're just using the default. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they could have given it a default value of, you know, sometimes small enough that it's not going to be noticeable lag behind the file changing when it gets updated. Like, you don't want it to be default 3 seconds. That would be stupid. But short enough that, long enough that, like, this particular use case that they've changed it for doesn't apply anymore. And then you could say to people like, you know, oh, if you're having this issue. Yeah, so Bevy now waits 50 milliseconds after the asset changed on file system event before reloading the asset. And that's what the watch for changes does, is it just sets that 50 milliseconds. I think that's what it does, at least. Maybe I'm misinterpreting that. But with delay. Enables change watcher with a delay, with a given delay when a file is changed. See delay. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of this stuff, it's probably not worth investing too much time looking into. Maybe that's why it does it this way. Is people keep telling me, because I haven't looked at the main Bevy repo, at least not in any kind of detail. People keep saying that the entire asset system is being redone in 0.12. It almost came out in 0.11, but they just decided it wasn't ready, which I kind of like, thank you for deciding it wasn't ready rather than doing your schedule 2.0 or 3.0, I guess now, pushing it out and then immediately changing all the API in the next version. It would be so much better just leave the API, like change the API once, but make it right. Don't. I am just curious, if I go like to plugins, is this going to panic? No, it just literally calls plugins. See, this is what they should have done with a lot of the like deprecated stuff, is just call the corresponding appropriate thing. Anyway, have we finally got Pong working? Wait, where do I want to go? I want to go menu. And I want to go like, menu, main, and then play. So hopefully in the next version they'll implement like asset loading and stuff with was it pre-processing is that they keep talking about adding, which would be really nice, because I keep doing things like loading sprite sheets and then being like, because of how Bevy handles sprite sheets, it's actually one image with a bunch of rectangles of how to draw the different sprites. And it's like, it'd be really nice if I could load a sprite sheet and have it pre-processed into a set of images rather than a set of rects into a larger image. Would make certain types of like UI and stuff much more interesting. Would remove some of the issues that I kept having when I was trying to implement like UI using sprite sheets. It's like you can't specify to the UI not to render the entire sprite sheet, but only to render the sub window, because you needed a sprite sheet. They needed the whatever it was called, this sprite sheet animation or whatever. It's not sprite sheet animation. the sprite or whatever it was, or the texture atlas sprite, something like that. The component that actually specified like what image index you were using. It also appears that my computer is dying. Look at it go. Windows Defender. I wonder if my Blender's even done. No, I crashed Blender hard. I was trying to be lazy and do everything in one click, and I said click copy to selected over like 100 meshes, and it just does not like it. It's just frozen. It's been frozen for like 12 hours, so I think it's about time to kill that. Probably only want to do it like 4 at a time then. Why does it take a long time to compile stuff? Well, I guess we gave an extra 5% memory to compile things with. Well, not memory, CPU. We just chill while it compiles. I would fuck around with the Blender and do my other project. That I vaguely want to keep mysteriously secret because I feel like it's going to get a DMCA as soon as I release it. So I'm just kind of like, I'm not going to release, let it out until it's at a good enough state. Yeah, they weren't really fighting for RAM. I think my RAM was plenty. They're more just that this is running at 100% CPU. See, it's not. It's only using 40% of my memory. I got lots of memory. See, like it didn't. It wasn't like it was maxing out. It was more than they're fighting for CPU, and Blender wasn't actually doing anything. It was just frozen. So it was using what 5% CPU, I think it said. So it's not like it was running full tilt. Maybe it was though, and it was just that the Rust C took precedent. Yeah. Anyway, so my current project I'm working on, I kind of want it to be in a workable state so that when I release it, it becomes that whole like everyone can play it until it gets taken down. But maybe not. Maybe the people that I'm copying their game are actually going to be like, oh, this is really cool. You can leave it because it doesn't compete. But I think it does compete. So just have to see how cool they are. The other option, the other thing I'm working on is trying to make it as vague as possible. So it's like when I release it, it can be specific to their game to draw attention, and then I can be like, but it's actually just generic. It's like you can make any game with it. Like it's kind of like building a game engine and being like, hey, this is a game that I built with this game engine, but you don't actually have to build this particular game. I don't know. It makes sense if you knew what it was. What am I doing? I'm still just waiting for it to compile. That's the fun thing about always updating to Bevy. My biggest annoyance with Rust Analyzer is the fact that it will compile its debug version, down here and take forever. And then it's like it doesn't compile the version that I actually need, which means that you go, Rust Analyzer's done, and then you hit run and it just takes forever. So. Huh. Da, 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 da. I do like that YouTube will give me like a 1-minute warning. It says that you guys are going to get ads in 40 seconds. I can skip the ads if I wanted to, but it's not like anything else is happening. Oh, it's finally compiling Bevy, so it's going to take forever. And then it has to finish compiling Bevy before it can compile its other stuff. Oh, so Bevy Starbox, Bevy EGUI, Bevy Belly Core. Interesting. God, I love the compiling part of this. It makes me wish I had a more powerful computer. And my computer's already pretty beefy, so good to show. Just go back to still running full tilt. Just all of them at 100%. Logic processors enabled. Lots of threads, lots of processors. Utilization 100%. Dun, dun, dun. And now I'm just being boring because I'm just being quiet. What are we looking at? Come on, it's got like 10 things left to compile. It shouldn't take nearly this long next time because it's only because I said update, which meant that all this crap needed to be updated. Otherwise, you know, it wouldn't have taken nearly this long. Probably don't need this belly open anymore. That's another thing that's happened since I think the last time I streamed is that Belly now officially on the Belly Git, the official one, has a branch for 0.11. Based off my original port, and then they've proceeded to improve some things, like fixed the focus crash that keeps happening. Or at least I hope they fixed it. It did say in the little changelog thing that one of the things that he's worked on is you know, making sure that it doesn't crash when an entity's been despawned. Forgot how to play. Up, down, down. Okay. Alright. Well, it seems to be working. Why is it suddenly spewing lots of code? I don't know. Got delta. I was obviously debugging something. And it's just spamming out got delta. Okay. So I don't even remember which one I picked for the AI. I don't actually remember what half the AI does. This might get through. Who knows? But I need it to stop printing got delta. So let's just go here and go like got delta. Gotta be there. Yeah, print line got delta. Maybe don't get got delta twice, and then we can just do this. So now you're not gonna just print spam the whole time. Oh look, it's stuck on top. That's hilarious. How the fuck am I supposed to stop that? Oh, and then there goes the ball. You got too fast. I should probably make this bigger because that'll stop the tunneling. But anyway, what are we working on? We're working on round Pong now. So we'll go to main and we'll go. So we've got a game. We're gonna get a game plugin. State playing. Yeah. Then we're probably gonna go something like, what do we like? Mod normal. So create normal, and then we're gonna go ACVV. Do all that in here, except get rid of normal, because we obviously don't need to multiple recursion in that. Spawn game scene, clean up game, move paddle. Okay. Okay, so there's our playing set. Okay, so we need to go to game state. We need to say like game state normal and game state round orbit. We'll call it orbit because that's more fun. Okay. Normal. Probably should have F12 to that or whatever it is to dynamically rename it. Anyway, so that's you. We go to game. We go. There's only like 3 places I use this thing, so. Normal. Wait, no, this is. So we need to rename this to normal plugin, and then we go to game and we say add event game event. Okay, so we probably don't want to get the event. Limit the score, and then we're going to add the plugin. Dot add plugins normal plugin, like so. Do that, and then we're going to go to normal, and we want to say don't initialize the score. Both of these plugins should probably be initialized in the layer above, so we'll initialize both of those up there. So that should mean that there'll be no noticeable difference. It's got no playing. That's complaining in here. Playing normal. Okay. So we're probably going to go to the menu and go spawn opponent menu, which is probably something that should be done inside the game. I updated it like 2-3 days after 0.11 came out, and did a branch, like a pull request or push request, or whatever it's called, back to the main. It took about a week or so before he got around to reviewing it, and then he gave a bunch of suggestions, and then decided that he's going to make his own branch so that he could contribute to it as well. So there's a branch here. So if you do the belly git and then branch equals 0.11, you'll Bevy 0.11, you'll get the updated version. So we probably want to say all of this stuff is probably going to go in here. Why move all this in here? Because this is specific to... Oh, God damn it. I love how it does that. What the fuck happened to... Okay. So that means it's that for this bit. It like... Because it's folded away and there's no line below it, it doesn't copy the folded information. It's just so bizarre. So menu root. Okay, so we can probably get rid of the menu root. Also, what I've learned is probably a better way of doing this. So we'll just cut this. Quickly come up here and be all like, hello, yes. not you. We're gonna go here and go here and go. Add, is it add plugin? Component plugin, okay. So what's next? We come down here and we go, okay. Close opponent menu. Okay, so this is going to be, instead, we go like element. Elements, like so, and then we say elements dot select dot menu and dot remove. You need to be mutable. So okay. Set state normal. Okay. Spawn opponent menu. Yeah. So what's that? If you watched me implement this the first time, I think it was this one, I spent ages trying to come up with how to make it not despawn the menu when I did the thing, like, and I had to do all this weird stuff. So instead, I can just be like, on enter, spawn opponent menu, on exit, close opponent menu. This works better than trying to come up with one system that it's like when state changes, clean up or don't clean up menu. I'm glad you enjoy a nice programming stream. I wish mine was more calming, but my brain just goes a bit spaz, so. It's interesting. Alright, so we have our normal game here. And then we probably want to go back to game, and we want to go... Got to clean up all this unused stuff. So spawn score. That's controlled by that specific. Spawn score point, game events, that's specific to the game type. Spawn the balls, get the delta, move paddle, clean up game. Fixed. Okay, so spawn, all this stuff can go away. And then, so yeah, struct goal, score. Okay, so I guess we'll have the ball. The ball can probably be a universal flag. Yeah, I know, but the idea is that some of the stuff isn't specific to the game, so I'll remove it from the game and import, or from the, not the game, the normal variant, like the ball. Both will have a ball, so I'm going to remove that, and that's going to mean that I'm going to have to use super, and we'll just glob import super. So, things like the ball, game item is probably something that's like, you don't want to clean that up if you, well, like, that can be universal between both versions. Maybe not though. Score, that's, the goals, yeah, that's another thing that can probably be universal, because that's probably going to complain now, isn't it? Because I think I removed goal from the top here. No. Okay. Size and speed. Paddle might need to be specific, because paddle, I guess not, but in theory, like, the different variants of Pong may have different information they need to know about the paddle, which means that that stuff starts to become not universal. Then probably a lot of this stuff can just go. We still need the rapier stuff, so that and that. Okay, let's see, how's that going? So we have our game plugin, so we need to use Bevy prelude. So let's glob import Bevy prelude, like so. So playing can go because playing is again specific to like normal. I want this playing to be game state normal, whereas the other playings are going to be the other game states. So we need to go game. We need to go. Probably terrible layout, but mod orbit, and then we'll create this one. Alright, then we're going to go to our menu and go, first off, apparently, because I moved a lot of this stuff, it's all hidden away. Alright, so spawn main menu, close main menu. Okay, so I must have written this before I knew about Belly's stuff. It must be the platformer and Bevy that I was using. That I worked out like a really bizarre, like had to go in last in order to dot menu dot select dot menu dot remove. I guess what you could do is you could also just say close menu. So that's what it does. It just calls menu, like clean up on the menu. So on exit, call close menu. Okay, so that means I would want to probably make this public pub, so that I can call it from like the other stuff, like in normal, in the spawns. Where's the other plugin? This one. Where's the opponent menu plugin? Here. We say close opponent menu. So we don't need to specify this. We can just say like create menu, close menu. Like that. We just be like close the menu. Because it does exactly the same thing. It just selects all things labeled menu and closes them. Alright, and then we go game. We save that. So we have orbit. So we'll go like use Bevy prelude. Then we're gonna go FM. No, we plug in orbit plugin. Okay. So I think first up, we've got two cursors for one thing. We're gonna go fn spawn orbit world, I guess, and then that's just going to take in commands. And for now, that's going to do nothing. We just and then we'll I guess we gotta go set up playing. So again, playing is going to specifically refer to configure set update playing dot run if in state game state orbit. Okay, so we configure that to run. Running will be called if we're in the game state. Or playing will be called if we're in the game state. And then we say dot add systems. We add the on enter game state orbit, and we say spawn world, orbit world. Okay. And then we need to... Wait, no, not add steps. It's another problem with with remaining the deprecated stuff that's like, it'll just crash if I left that there, which is probably good. But why even leave the deprecated one that doesn't work? Anyway, label, okay. So we want to be like, here's another button. We paste this button here. Let's paste it out a bit. This is in play normal. And we'll have this one say play. Orbit. And this will just set the game state to playing orbit. What did I break? Nothing. I must have just copied 2 sets of buttons. Okay. Like so. Okay. I don't think this entire thing is needed anymore because I just tied it up with belly. You're saying, so you go away. You go away. Okay, so we spawn the menu. Spawn settings menu. So gotta tidy up close settings menu. So closing setting menu is not a thing. What are you complaining about? Close setting menu. Yeah, because it's just closed menu. Just close the menu. Thank you. Okay. So neat. Okay. So we can now, in theory, go main, go run, and this should spawn us a world that we can then wait, a menu should first off say play orbit, yeah, and then we click that and nothing happens because playing orbit just, you know, spawns nothing at the moment. All right, so now we can get to work on actually adding some orbit stuff. So we want to go component orbit paddle, which is going to have an F32 in it, which will represent the rotation around. So then we're going to say commands.spawn, I guess a sprite bundle. I probably should have prepared some assets because sprite color is going to be white. Don't flip the X, don't flip the Y. Custom size will need to be set. Rect and anchor will also be set. Okay, and the custom, and then .default. The custom size is going to be sum vect to new, and it's going to be like, I don't know, 10 by 10. Okay, transform from translation, and we'll work that out in a second. Let pos equal I guess we'll just by default we'll place it like so we need a vec3 which needs to be new, like 10 0 0 I think would work, and then we can default that. Alright, so that'll spawn our paddle. It also needs extra information such as we need to give it a orbit paddle with an offset of 0. So that's our orbit paddle, and it also needs a paddle. So we need to use super, like so, and that gives us access to the paddle, which is going to need a size, which is going to be a vec2. Apparently it's, so we should probably go left. Just const size equals equals vec to splat 10. And this is a vec2, please. Okay. So paddle size, and size is paddle size, and what else do you need? You need a speed of like 100. Okay, so that'll be that done. So we'll go back and we'll see and go like, please tell me that you actually spawn a paddle. If it actually spawns a paddle in, that'll be nice, because it means that I'll know that it's working, and then we can do other stuff, like we're going to add colliders and stuff like that. So play orbit. Yes, hello, did you spawn it? No. Oh, it would probably help if I added the orbit plugin. That's under game. We need to add plugins, orbit plugin. Okay, add the orbit plugin. Now try. It'd be really depressing if this crashed, because it's because it would mean I'd have no baseline of what. Hey, it spawned it. 10 by 10 is way too small, but it spawned it. It spawned it right in the middle of the screen, which is actually incorrect. Why is it in the middle of the screen? Oh, okay. We just want to give you like a translation of 100 then. So what we're going to need to do is say you have a translation of 100, a size of, let's say, no, 25, maybe 25 by 100. Run. This should give us a nice, like, paddle that we can look at. Okay, it's still very close to the center of the screen. So, what, we're gonna do like 250 or something? Yeah, maybe. Right. So 250. We probably want that at const paddle underscore offset. It's gonna be F32, and it's gonna equal 250. Okay, so it's gonna be paddle offset. Okay, so we set the paddle there. We won't work on colliders for now. We're gonna make it spin. So FN move paddle. Okay, so we are going to need query mute. This is going to be our paddle. Here we are going to need a mutable transform for our paddle. We will also need to know a mutable orbit paddle. Okay, so what's nice about that is it automatically refines it down to only our single paddle. We will need our input, which is going to be a res assets. No, not assets, input. Key code. Has anyone else been having the issue? I think Rust Analyzer got an update, and it means that it's made res opaque again. Like if I go like input dot. Okay, it's working now. When I was trying to do it yesterday, for something, it wouldn't show me all the fields. So I had to just remember what they were. Like once I typed them, there wasn't an error, but it wouldn't follow them. Anyway, I only do it to normal and go, hey, the user's input, the settings, that's got to be saved under game, right? No. Is it really under normal? Yeah, it's got to be that the Rust analyzer does something and it breaks, because it's always when there's a Rust analyzer update. I've noticed it. It could be that it compiles it in an older version and then it doesn't recompile it for the newer version of the Rust analyzer, and that breaks it, or it compiles it for the newer version, but you're still running the older version. It's weird. What do we want to like? No, we want to go key binding. Where the fuck is key binding? Struct player key binding. Where is this? This is in main. Okay. And we initialize it in main. And it's a resource. Okay. So then we go back to normal and we go, we need key binding, which is a res to a key binding. Okay, key binding, and then dot okay, if input dot press key binding dot see, it's gone opaque. Why have you gone opaque? I thought I imported you. Wait, oh no, there's key bindings. Must be player, okay, player key binding. Okay, player key binding. Okay, player key bindings dot player one dot up. So if let move direction equal, okay, and then that's just return 1, else if input dot pressed key bindings player 1 dot down, else I guess return, because there's no point doing it if you're not pressing any buttons. You need to return -1. What? Why am I putting a comma at the end? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so return 1 if they're pressing up, -1 if they're pressing down. Okay, so then we say paddle. Okay, for paddle. For pause orbit in new paddles, mute pause, mute orbit. Okay, so we have that data. Then we're going to say orbit plus equals direction. Actually, I want to do something really dumb with this, but we'll work on that in a minute. We'll just implement the moving the paddle first. So direction times, we need probably a const orbit. Like maybe we'll make this a resource. Struct well, actually, maybe we should just, wouldn't we take the paddle speed? We already have access to the paddle. And then there we go. This doing this just means that I'll be able to edit it with the editor instead of having to constantly restart to get a nice speed. Paddle.speed. Nope, speed. Oh, yes. We are working in radians here. We probably don't want the paddle speed to be 100. It'll just zip around at the speed of light. That should make it about an orbit every 3 seconds. Okay. So orbit.0 plus equals this. Okay, and then we're going to say let x equal I don't remember what the code is for this. It's something like the cos orbit.0.cos plus orbit.0.sine let y equal orbit.0.sine minus orbit.0.cos. Okay, it's something like that, and then we go down here and we say pos.translation equals vec3 new x y 0. Okay, well, first off, it's both of you, so it's x times it's what is it? It was times paddle offset, yeah, paddle offset times paddle offset. I have no idea if this is going to get the right value, but it should orbit around. Who knows though? Might have the wrong axes. All sorts of things could be wrong. I've done this like a million times before. I just never remember. Like you're supposed to like add one, subtract the other from the, you know. So it's add, subtract. Well, nothing seems to be happening. Well, that would also help if I added the system. You wouldn't, yeah. So orbit configuration. So we want to also say add systems to update, and this is the orbit move paddle. We want move paddle, and we want to say dot inset playing. Okay, like so, and then we go main, and we go run. Da. Oh, okay. Wee. Okay. Up makes it orbit up, down makes it orbit down. Can I say I am the best? Okay, and now to correct for not stupidity, but like absent thought, we're gonna say pos dot rotate. We could probably rotate, not local x. Rotate. This must be z, and then by direction times by paddle dot speed. The paddle is still way too fast. Also, do I have the paddle registered in game? No. So we'd be like register type paddle, and then you come down here and you say, hey paddle, can you like reflect and also reflect component like that, and then we go, hello, yes, you do not implement default. Yeah, default. Yes, hello, yes, you can have default. This should let me edit the paddle. And this is why Bevy needs an editor. Is because it's just absolutely incredible how quickly you can make things changeable. Or being like, yep, now I can go in here and I can say, hello you, yes, your paddle. I can now modify its speed. We can say that you're actually 0.01. Now it should be 10 times slower. Now, the problem with this is that I'm rotating absolutely, like I'm pretty sure if I went to your rotation, because I'm rotating each frame rather than setting an absolute rotation, it should now be fixed. Like, it's going to almost always point in the middle. Obviously, I was slightly off. Main reason for that is that obviously these positions aren't correct. Maybe this should be the X and this should be the Y. The only reason the orbit was wrong, not the orbit, the rotation was wrong, is because when I clicked a button, it immediately snapped to the wrong location, which means now it was orbiting 90 degrees out. Okay. Well, it's orbiting really quickly, but it also snapped to the wrong position again. So what I need to do is probably turn the speed way down. And then I need to press the button and work out exactly where it starts. Okay, not sprite, paddle. 0.001. Okay. That's apparently its starting location. So hilariously, that's incorrect. What is that? That's like a 45. So obviously the numbers are being calculated wrong. Okay, where did it go with X and Y? Because maybe it's just... Maybe I just need to add X to Y, subtract cos from X. There's a whole bunch of things you can do to maximize, to shift where exactly 0 is on the orbit. So that puts it at negative there. So why is it at negative there? So one of these numbers is coming up negative when it should be coming up 0. Is it negative sine plus cos? No, I mean, I do want to read your code just to see some of the stuff, but I'm just like messing around with it. Like, cause if I really wanted the answer, I would just Google it. Like, as I'm saying, this isn't particularly complicated math. It's just the ordering that I've got wrong. I'm going to say try negative sine plus cos as opposed to sine minus negative cos, because that should put you in a different corner. That put you in that top corner. Okay, interesting. I also feel like it's spinning the wrong direction, I think. Anyway, okay, so that flipped that and that, which means that this is the wrong number. Yeah, I'll just Google it. X and Y, cos of t, sine of t. So X is cos of t, sine of t.
Just reading boring math. Drawing lots of triangles. So that was just a lot of boring math. Plus r time. This doesn't seem right. The fact that my orbit was working makes me think this is not correct. Well, what the fuck shape was I drawing? Okay. Don't worry. We just sine and cos it. I don't know what I was trying to do. Something fancy. I was trying to rotate it, I think is what I was trying to do. Like an actual translation rotation kind of thing of like if you multiply the sine and the cos, as the points move around the circle, they need to be translated more. So I was trying to give it a rotation. Rather than move it and calculate its rotation. Anyway, it now orbits around. That moon map looks a bit sciencey. We'll take this moon map instead. Let me image as Pong assets. Oh, I don't think Bevy can read JPEGs, can it? Just so that you know what I'm doing on the other monitor. I'm looking up a picture of the moon because I have a really cool like vision in mind. Fucking why are they all JPEGs? I would like it to be not JPEG, please. Open new tab. Goddamn JPEGs. Why are they all JPEGs? Are you a JPEG? Yes, you are also a JPEG. I said PNG. Nope, apparently just every picture ever is a JPEG now. That's a PNG. Moon.png. I feel like this file is really big. Who knows? We're just going to get a picture of the moon. And we're going to go, hello, yes. We go to orbit and we say, hello, you have an image, yes? Like I can do that? That's a thing that I can do. Is it texture? Texture, which is, we need the asset server. Just out of curiosity, does this work? I've been doing it wrong for ages. No, trait bound's not met, so. I don't know why they don't do that. Like, it's literally possible to make it so that the asset server can just be a thing. Anyway, we're gonna be like asset server dot load and then moon dot not moon dot png. Okay.
Thank you. Then we're gonna go like Earth PNG. I need like an equally stupidly high resolution picture. Okay. It's not particularly obvious what it is. Oh, apparently this website is not secure. Maybe don't get a virus on stream, that'd be funny. I'm gonna visit this one. This one. Maybe like save image as. Earth. Save. Okay, cool. There's a high resolution picture of Earth. Alright. So we want to do something. Ooh, that's interesting. That crashed. Huh. Okay, that's obviously an issue with Bevy Editor, please. Can you actually specify a file type in the search? I just typed literally PNG. I literally like the Earth PNG. Like, is there a way you can specify file types? That would be really cool. Filter. No. Tools. Anytime. All results. I don't know. I'll work on that later. Anyway, what are we doing? So we have our. I did type mood on that one. Let me do a second. I feel like this is far too high resolution. That would be a cool resolution, but anyway. We got our Earth, we got our Moon. So this is our move our paddle. So one thing I want to do is I want to say, if you do this, you set 0. But if you don't do anything, I'm going to set like 0.1. Okay, and then we also need to say like your default movement speed is like half of that. Okay. This should, if my logic is correct, mean that the moon is always orbiting until and if you press up, it'll orbit faster. And if you press down, it'll stop orbiting. Okay. So the idea being that the moon always has to orbit, but you can like speed it up to get there in time. Alright, now we're going to do things like add colliders. So, well, first off, let's spawn the ball in, because so spawn this. Color is going to be like, yeah, no, we'll leave it as white. It's going to have a custom size, but it's going to be like const ball size, which sounds really dirty, but it's not. You know, it's just the size of my balls. No, it's probably splat 100. Well, no, 100 is going to be way too big. 50 maybe. Okay, and then we come down here and we say, okay, you're not a paddle, but you have the ball. So ball. This is going to be ball size. Ball size. No. You're just going to be at 0. The ball will spawn at 0, 0, 0. And it's going to be Earth. Fitting out default. Okay. So we wanted to add colliders, didn't we? Whoop. Like so. And then
What is it? It's a collider. Cuboid. Half size is paddle size dot x divided by 2, and paddle size dot y divided by 2. Okay, so that's your collider, and then we'll give you a collider as well. I think we want to go to normal and find your ball, because there's a whole bunch of shit you have to spawn on the ball, otherwise it okay, spawn ball. Look at all this stuff. Like, this is all like, and game items by bundle ball. It needs a ball, it needs a rigid body, it needs a ball collider. So we'll just put all this stuff down here. Okay, it doesn't need an orbital period. Though that would be funny to slowly spin the ball around. Okay, ball size. So that's up here. Ball size. Divide by 2. What? Oh. Ball size dot x divided by 2. Velocity is just going to be I guess it's vec 2, 0. Okay, it says our velocity, and then our coefficient of friction is going to be 1. No, restitution is going to be 1, so 100% bounce back energy, and our dampening is going to be 0, so no air resistance. Our rotation is going to be locked. Gravity scale is 0, and our friction is 0. Okay. So when we go run, we should have a little tiny Earth in the middle that we then orbit around. Play orbit. Hey, look, an Earth with a moon. The moon going around it. Okay. The Earth's also gone to sleep, which is hilarious. Okay, so we probably want the score in the middle. So we wanna be like, we probably need to go here. Spawn our orbit world. So this is going to have our I guess we just actually don't even need anything. We can just be down here and be like commands.add EML. EML? I'm sure it's EML. We just need to import belly. Use belly prelude. Like so. We'll import Elm, and we are going to say label label value equals no, bind value equal to bind score 0. That shouldn't have worked, but that's pretty cool if it does. God, I love Belly. Like, there is so many amazing plugins out there that if they ever get migrated into Bevy, or if Bevy gets like the equivalent, it will be amazing. The fact that that compiled is pretty awesome. Can we please move Earth away? Earth? Did he actually add things like it names them properly now? They're not just called node. That would be awesome. Drive away, please. So, you don't have any text on you, apparently. What is your text color? Okay, so, not quite sure. Why there's no Label, text, value, bind. Why is there no text? Do I have to be like, well, actually, it's probably just that it's in, like off on the side somewhere. So we should probably give you a class of score. Orbit plus score. Okay, then we go up here. Still called color picker. Orbit dot score. And we're gonna say margin auto. Okay, wait, let's try that. Okay, apparently don't open the editor. Why did it crash? I do not know. Yeah, I don't know why I can't open the editor. That's really weird. So I just can't open the editor at all now. Why not? What is happening? Attempted to add with overflow. Editor viewport size is infinity. That's interesting. So I am curious. Okay, this is working. So like, and it even says it's binding it to belly text section 0 dot value. If I comment this out, do I get my editor back? Like what? Why does that break the editor? That's what I don't get. Like that doesn't make sense to break the editor. No, it says it's not that that's breaking the editor. Something else is breaking the editor. That I didn't save because it definitely said it bound two things. That's our score. Huh. Maybe if we gave Earth a slight velocity, just so that it doesn't sit there indefinitely. Why? Alright. So if I run this now, it should now just sort of float away. Just because I want to see if there's text behind it. It is very slowly floating away. So we're just going to go back here and be like, y times 100, please. So that you really fuck off. I missed it. Okay. Weird. So we probably want to then go like inspector. So I just can't open the editor window because it's broken. Now, my question is, why do you not say anything? Okay. Don't hit E. Next question is, where did you go? Like, where is it? It could be that you can't put a label in nothing. So if I just was like div it must be slash div, like this. Okay. If I try that, is that going to work? Well, it won't really, because it's going to put you in the middle of, so we would need to give you like, that's just really bizarre. We need to give you like a class center. How's that? It's very, is it tailwind is the term for like, when you do stuff like, specifying like I want this to center, so it's like margin all, and it yeah. So you specify like all the things like, oh, large text, so it's like all got their own styles that then all get patched together. Okay. So that's really awesome that these now have names. I've been missing that. That or I just never noticed, but I'm pretty sure they used to just say node continuously. So visibility, transform, text layer, text. Hi. Now, okay, so it's actually in the middle. Why is it score not set? Oh, these are my keys, so the panel stopped. Okay, so for one thing, we probably want to go to U and be like, font size 50. 100. Just make it really big text. There we go. 100. All right. So C and then C. I have a feeling that maybe this just isn't working. Like it's just the bind is just not working. I don't know why. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because it's clearly working, it's just not binding properly. What the fuck's wrong with my editor? Inspector, hierarchy, div. Why does this but oh wrong div. Label. Okay. Read component. String. Okay, so you're binding 17. Well, what are you? Well, you would be 17. Which means that 17 is probably one that got despawned. Sources v17 from... No, it's label value target 17 to text section. Do we just not have a score resource? Resources? Is there just no score? Well, that would probably explain it. The game, we probably want to say something like init resource score. Do you initialize the score? No, does that just mean that I just don't have a score? Just never had a score. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that this one works the same way when we want the score. Spawn score. Scoreboard with yep, from score 0, from score 1, format C. Yep. Okay. Still not working. Inspector. Your text says nothing. D. Okay. We're just gonna be like why is this not working? Resources. Time. Okay, let's go to our score. Init score. Score is debug, and can we give you reflect? And then I want you to reflect resource. Okay. So when I run this, it should let me see and edit the resource, but for some reason there doesn't seem to be a score. Yeah, no, we already initialized the resource score. Scores are already a thing, so don't initialize it twice. Wait, and then my editor's working. The fuck? Resources. I gotta register the type. Dot register type score. And now it doesn't work. It's so bizarre that sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Anyway, we're gonna go inspector, hierarchy, no, not renderer. Controls. Gizmos. What was I supposed to be doing? Resources. Score. The score just says 0, 0. Change text. Text. So I don't know, define is 7. 12, 7. Which one is 7 though? That's the real question. So you're 16v2. That must make you 7. Surely, like. So surely if I went to score and was like, change this, did you change? No. So I'm really not sure why it's not working. Oh, it's probably because I typed bind and it's probably from. That would probably explain all the issues, especially considering it's now giving me error. We tracked it down, boys. Turns out I'm just stupid. And I was going to check that because I was going, oh, maybe it needs to be 2, but then I was like, why? Well, it definitely doesn't need to be 2 because 2 is binding 2. Anyway, orbit. Okay. Orbit. Yeah, go. Okay. Right, because you need restitution rules as well. So you don't need a rigid body. You've got a collider, restitution. Yeah, so you right bundle, orbit paddle. You need a restitution of 1 as well, because otherwise the coefficient results in a number less than 1, and all our energy is drained away into the paddle. Okay, so we need to, okay, we can detect collisions now. So first off, one thing to do is go fun. This is where my Bevy Rapier videos are amazing, because I discovered this thing, is you can go Collisions. I don't remember what it is. Collision events, collision entities, colliding entities. Component with will be filled if present with the list of entities which the current entity is colliding with. Okay, so we want this. This will let us query what. Oh, must be default. Right, because it's not just empty. All right, so what we can then do is do some cheeky stuff. I'm going to do some lazy cheeky stuff and go commands.spawn I guess it's a spatial bundle. Spatial bundle. Bundle. Spatial bundle. Why can I not spell today? I mean, I can't spell on any day, but okay. No, so this is just going to be default. It's literally just going to be in the center of the world. Default. I think all these things also need to be flagged with other stuff like what do you call it? Like game object or whatever, so that when I exit the world, I can clean it up. Like, is that inside you? I know you're spawning game object. It must be in game. Yeah, game item. So all of these things probably need game item. Just so that when I exit, I can clean up the game. Okay, so then we want to go U and be like, probably game and go fn clean up game. This is going to take in a query for entities with game item, and it needs commands. And for entity in query commands dot entity dot despawn recursive. Okay, so let's clean up game, and that can be your little thing. And then we go to normal and we go, you have a cleanup game, yes? Yes. So I'm going to go to your cleanup game and go, is that all you do? You just run through each item and you spawn recursively? Okay, so I'm going to use the parent's cleanup game because it's glob imported. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing with you of adding a system, playing normal, playing orbit. Okay, on exit, playing orbit, please clean up the game, which will then remove all the game objects. Orbit, playing, dumb stuff. All right. So game item, and then we yeah, okay. So we're gonna spawn, and this is gonna have a collider ball with a radius of paddle offset plus. Okay, first off, let's make this an F32, and then it becomes ball size. So just 50 plus ball size. Okay, and then somewhere it's going to go. This can't be it. And we're going to go vec to splat. The vec2 splattered on my ball size. Okay, I don't know why it's been so crude. Okay, so we have our ball size, and then we have this. And so we're going to spawn a collider that's the offset of the paddles plus the size of the ball, bigger than the thing. And we're going to go. I need your ID, don't I? Equals. We probably want this to be stored in like a resource. Yeah, we'll make a component for it. Component. in play, and then it's going to be an entity. So in play, and then we go entity ID, dot ID, and then we're going to go on you. We're going to say in play ID. All right. So move. Okay. So we're going to go down here. We're going to go fn reset ball, and this is going to take in a query for a mute transform. What else do we need? Colliding entities and in play okay, and then we're going to say for pos colliding in play in mute query. Okay, so we're going to say if colliding dot contains in play dot 0. If colliding doesn't contain in play dot 0, pos dot. Maybe we'll just take your position away. We're just going to say you only need the colliding this, and we're going to say event writer. And then we're going to say we need like any game event reset ball. Okay, and we're going to go event. Okay, game event reset ball, and then we're going to go events dot send. You need a derive. That's wrong. Derive event. All right. Dot send game event reset ball. You don't need this. Okay. You don't need to be mutable. Okay. So process event. Okay. So you're going to need a query for the mute yeah, custom commands are pretty neat. I haven't really looked into using them specifically, like implementing my own stuff, but I really love ad hoc commands where I think my UI uses it as a good example. Down here. So when you click the play orbit button, it adds an ad hoc command that sets the correct resource. Like that's all it does, is it just sets the correct resource. Using custom commands is pretty fine, except you really don't want to do anything more than insert. Like if you're doing any math or any calculations, you shouldn't be doing it in a command, because the commands can't run in parallel. They need mutable world access. So what you do is you do all your calculations, and only while you need that split second of access to insert your information, you chuck that off to the command, because the command can get mutable access to something that you may not want to hold in your main system. So you should only use custom commands like that when you are just inserting the data at the end. Don't
like go, oh yeah, spawn this item and pass it some information that it's going to do all this math, because that'll slow down your game in the long term. Like if you have too many commands in a single frame kind of thing. For event, in events, calculator, match. Event. Okay, finishing arms, reset ball. Okay, so resetting ball will run for I guess we'll just say ball in query. All right. Ball dot 0 equals vec3 0 and ball dot 1 equals dot linear dot normalize. I don't know, maybe times 10. No, it's u.translation. All right, so what's happening here is when we say reset the ball, don't worry about the compile error. We go through each ball. We need ball immutable. So when we go through each ball, and we say for that ball, reset its translation to 0, which just puts it back in the middle of the screen, and we set its that's vec2. Wait, what do you mean? Oh, dot linear. And then we set its velocity, or its linear velocity, to its linear velocity normalized times 10, which basically just means that if it's flying really fast, we will bring it down to traveling 1 and then timesing it by 10. So it'll keep its direction of movement, but its speed will be reset. So we need to reset ball and we need to process events. So we need to dot add systems update. We need to reset ball, and we need to process events. Why is the reset ball not reset the ball? Mostly because I was being lazy and don't want to import like a whole bunch of things and have it stop. Instead, I want it to be like the processing events will just run through and process everything. And it crashed. Oh, because we haven't registered the event. That would do that. So we're gonna go here, like dot add event game event, and then we go main, we go run, and we go, how are you going to work out? Hey, look, we have a don't mind the big orange ball. I think it just immediately stopped the ball because it was like and it was stuck, and that was basically like how far it could move in a single. Okay, well, I feel like the ball is constantly being reset because it's not a collision. Maybe we will just go back to orbit. I was trying to be fancy here. I guess you probably, if present with a list of entities, currently entities collide in contact. I don't know how this works, but I suspect it's not working. Reset ball. We should just say print line and then I haven't personally tried it, but I've seen a lot of people going on about like asking for help and things about it in the Discord, and one of them was talking about how it was just incredibly slow with anything more than 50 colliders, even in release mode, and showed like traces, and the trace basically revealed that the physics entirely runs single-threaded in the post-update step, which means that your physics engine slows your entire game down. Like your entire game is bound by the speed of the physics engine. Whereas I'm pretty sure because Bevy Rapier actually runs its own physics world separately, if the physics engine is running really slow, it doesn't bind your game, at least not as hard. And it also, I think it's paralleled itself, or at the very least, it doesn't run in a stage where you put very few things. Okay, so it's constantly colliding with 0. So that's depressing. So it's probably because that's a sensor. But that's weird, because I would have thought maybe I need to do, there's some other one that's like collision disabled, collision scale, collision events, collision entities, collision group. No, we probably want to go to collision group though, and go in here somewhere is collision rules. Like, let's just say component. It's things that are components. Thank you. There's lots of them. It's like one of these. Okay, what are you? Active collision types. No. So it's dynamic and kinematic. There's only 2 instances of sensor to get to whether or not a collider is a sensor. Done. Because that means I can't. I'll need the. Surprisingly, I will need the processor and snow reset ball. So I don't need this anymore. I just need in play. And then we need to go rapier. Event. Resource. Rapier context. Okay, and then we go, yes, in play is the only thing I need to extract now, thank you. And then we say, oh, and we probably need your entity as well. Your entity, and in play. Okay, and then we're going to say, rapier dot cast ray, no, cast collider entity. Collider parent, contact pairs. The contacts. No, it's not step. Step simulation, rigid body entity, update, query pipeline. Project point, physics scale, move shape, less changes. intersection pairs. Intersections with entity to body, entity to collider. Contact pair. Is it a contact pair? Involves two separate colliders. If it returns none, there is no contact between the two colliders. If it returns some, then there may be a contact between the two colliders. Check the result. Has any active collider? To see it. Okay. So we need in play, and we need entity. Okay. If let sum equals Do you need two references? Do you need two owned? Well, I guess it's the in play that needs to come down. Okay, contact pair. Okay, we need in play dot. Okay, that's easy. We just get in play dot 0. All right, so let's say collision dot find deepest contact point has any into. Huh. Contact pair. Huh. Okay. Interesting. I mean, probably a better way to process this would be to just check to see if it exits. Because we don't care if it starts a collision, but we do care if it ends a collision, because ending a collision means that it left the sphere. And that would mean that we can, okay. Okay. Well, at least the ball's back to moving. The question is it going to detect that it's not colliding? Well, probably not, because it's not detecting a collision, and I'm pretty sure I've got it set that the collision, yeah, would have reset you. Interesting. So it's not contact pair. Must be not contact. Intersection pair, maybe? Okay, the intersection pair indicates with the two colliders, at least one being a sensor. Okay. And then we want to say, oh yeah, no, because it's if let sum, which means only when. Well, then that should just make the ball constantly reset. Yeah, so the ball should stay in the middle now because, yeah, it's constantly colliding. Alright, maybe I'll just be all like event dot, and then we want to say like event, okay, event reader. Let's call this events too. It's like, is it a collision? Collision event. Right, and then I want to, for event in event 2.iter. And I just want you to print the collision events. this event is a collision event, and collision event. So I'm pretty sure there's only 2 types of collision events. And basically this means I can boil down to I can check for both colliding with the paddle and colliding with the... Okay. So you haven't emitted any collision events, have you? Did you? Yeah, you are in state none. Well, I didn't see it emit any collision events, which is hilarious. Okay, so then collision event flag and a collision event, yeah, so you can detect that it's a sensor, which means that you must have to enable collision event on the ball then. You can show how little I know about Bevy, Rapier, not you. In you go up here. I'm going to say, I don't care about your colliding entities. Collision event. Collision force event, collision. Started, yes. Okay, but how do you handle this? Rapier set, Rapier, okay. So first off, this needs to be none. None. When they're not colliding. There's something... Like, I just did a video on all the fucking components. There's one that you can, like, find that, will... like, set it so that it emits events. Collision, debug... It's moving very slowly now. Alright. So 10's probably too slow. Okay. Did it emit any events? No. Interestingly, it didn't even emit like the collision with the paddle, which almost certainly should have said something. So that means I'm missing something. Like there's got to be some kind of like component that I attach to an entity to find out if it's in play. So sadly, we have to go back to here. Well, no, that's friction. Yeah, friction's a collider one. Collider. Event. Active collision types. Flag whether or not collision detection happens between 2 colliders, determining the type of action. No, I don't care. Active events. This is a component, I think. Active events. Collision events. Okay, we'll see if this works. Hey, collision sensor. Okay. Okay. And this should say started and then immediately ended empty. Well, I guess that just means not sensor. Anyway. Okay. So let's go modify our code down here. You know, reset the ball, and we're going to say, you just print the events. So for the event, we're going to match event. Okay. I'm also going to get you. Okay, so this is going to be collision events. Process collision events, maybe? Okay, so we iterate through all of these events, and we have our game event. Okay, so we have started. And all of them were with 19, which means that 19, this is you, which means that this is other. I hope. I have no way of knowing if this is other. Anyway, so then we want to go, we are going to need a query. Okay, so stopped. If other equals, so we're going to say, I don't know if I want to let multiple balls, so we're going to say let ball equal. Then we don't need this anymore, we're just going to say in play. If other equals query dot single. Okay, and then we're going to say ball dot 0. Then we send this event. Reset the ball. If you stopped colliding with the ball, no, it's because you're a reference. We need to dereference you. All right, so we collide with you and we send a reset. Okay. And then we need to say query paddles, and this is going to be I don't care with paddle. Okay, that does work. Paddles. Okay, so we're going to say on a collision start, we will need score. Score, which is a res mute score. Okay, collision start. If paddles dot contains other score dot 0 plus equals 1. And then I guess we can come down here and we're like score dot 0 minus equals 1. Okay. Okay. Does that work? They should give us scores on things. Okay. Yeah, I know. The ball's incredibly slow. That's just because when I do, I just normalize it. So I think somewhere here we've got like ball speed or something. Ball. Oh, the ball speed. I bet you it's inside the system that spawns the ball. No, where's the ball speed? How do I set the... Where's your velocity, ball? Oh, it's just times 100. Okay. So we're going to go const ball speed, which is an F32 and it equals 100 for now. So down here we say ball speed. All right, so what we want to do is we also want to go vec2 new, and we want to say random dot normalize. Sure. Normalize it and then times it by the ball speed, and then down here we're going to say normalize times by ball speed. Okay. So every time you catch the ball, it's going to get faster, and then it's going to reset. Okay, so we have our score going up and our score going down when you miss a ball. Okay. So I've never actually tested the ball going off will reset it. It's just hilarious. Anyway, why is it panicking? Panic error. Results in play. No entity. Okay, right. So, first off, process events should only be happening dot inset playing. I don't know if that will completely fix it, because it does mean that technically it could happen before the thing spawned. But we'll see. If not, we'll simply make it a let some else return. Okay, cool. Ah, I missed it. Go around again. Yeah. Okay. Well, you see, I probably should put a cooldown on how long, because basically what's happening is, because it's a sphere, if we collide into the side of it... Oh, that was weird. Oh, I pushed it out. So I gained a whole bunch of points there, because we collided like with the edge and then continued to collide with it further and further. Just keep going. I know. Okay. Now the important part. Adding a fuckload of juice. Oh, oops, I missed it. I wonder if it's using a true circle for the collider and it's only the debugging that makes it look like super jagged like that, or whether the actual like physics engine is that jagged internally. Okay. Okay. So, I'm gonna have to start googling stuff now because I don't actually know. Okay, PKV. No, we need to go here. I was looking up stuff. No. No. Okay. Bevy particle system. It's this one that I'm using. And I want to go, hello, how do I use you? I don't even know if this is up to date. I probably should have checked that. 3 weeks ago. README 0.7. Okay, so it's up to date. Okay. Well, unless they like updated to 0.10 like late. Okay, so effect name, maximum number of particles, spawn at a rate of 5 particles per second, move the expression model to the asset with name my effect. Okay, this seems very confusing. Okay, assets, effect asset. Okay, define the color gradient from red to transparent black. Okay, gradient, new gradient, add key, okay, and then splat 0. Okay, create a new expression model. Okay, create a lifetime module, literal value of 10. Okay, init lifetime, set attribute modifier new lifetime to lifetime. Okay, create an acceleration modifier. Effect handle, effect dot add. Okay, so effects. Where's effects? Okay, so that's our effect handle. Insert into the asset system. So the question becomes, in our orbit down here, we're just going to whack that in there and go, hello, are you going to work? First off, I probably want to go use prelude. Like that. Is that going to work? Okay. Okay. Set position modifier. Found expected expr handle. The sphere radius. Okay. What? Expression handle. Okay. So obviously the README is a little outdated. If we pop back over here, surely That's not the right one. Surely you've updated the examples. Yes, examples updated 2 weeks ago. So 2D. Let's look at the GIF. Is the GIF gonna actually load? Okay. So there's our particles. Okay. So we're gonna go like 2D. So WGPU settings feature. Okay. So this is our main. They set all that up. Then they run the setup stuff. Alright. I'm guessing particle effects bundle insert name effect 2D. Alright, let's just copy all of this then. And let's get it working. Then we'll slowly modify it and make it look like what we want. Alright. So command spawn effect bundle particle new effect with Z layer 2D sum 0.1. Assign the Z layer so that it applies to the NGI inspector and can be modified at runtime. Okay. Effect particle effect new. Huh. Weird. Insert name 2D effect. Okay. New capacity spawner. So the spawner and the rate of 30. By default, this is spawner the particles at Z0. Okay. Material mesh 2D bundle. What? Scale mode. Qualify is this and qualify as that. Okay. Spawn a reference white square in the center of the screen. So this is just a square. Okay. So we're gonna be like particle. Alright, then we're gonna come up here and we're gonna go like add systems on enter game state orbit particle. Let's see what that looks like. So I vaguely understand what it's doing, but I don't. So spawn rate sets the maximum number of particles with name. And it just crashed immediately. Why did you crash immediately? Because you didn't say label. Oh, because I never added the plugin. Okay, so we go back to main and we go add plugins. Bevy. Oh. Plugin. Alright, so add the plugin, now run again. Okay. So this should be spewing out like 30 particles. I must have spawned a second camera. That'll be what happened. I was going, why the fuck is it doing that? It's obviously spawning. Yeah. Camera. Spawn a 2D camera. No. Do not spawn a 2D camera. Spawn a reference square in the center of the screen. We don't want the reference square either. Okay. Create a color gradient. So that means we don't need meshes or materials because we don't spawn this anymore. Okay. So in theory, we can just spawn the particle emitter wherever we want. I'm curious how I'm going to go about removing all particles. Like, not particles. Particles obviously despawn themselves. How I'm going to, like, remove the particle spawner, because I don't think it'll stop. Okay. Well, it didn't even spawn anything. So we've obviously taken a step backwards. Where's the effect 2D? Where is it? Well, it crashed for one thing. That's weird. Okay. So Is that because I don't have a 2D camera? I'm pretty sure my camera is a 2D camera, so that wouldn't make much sense. Spawn camera, 2D bundle. Yep, okay. It could be that the particles are just really small. So we should probably take a few steps back and be like, please give it back its reference square. Because if I open it up and the reference square is tiny, then that would explain like why I can't see the particles. It's because they're even smaller. Okay, where is this reference square? Okay, that makes even less sense. So, camera projection default. Projection scale, projection mode, render scale, fixed vertical 1, spawn the camera. Okay, where is the cube being spawned? Mesh from square quad. Okay, let's go with that. So, first off, it's spawning a tiny square. I'm going to go let the dog in because he's going to keep yapping in the background if I don't. So I will run an ad and be right back. Okay, so yeah, so we're spawning a tiny reference square, which means that these particles must be microscopic. Gradient, age, init, age, lifetime. They live for 5 seconds. Init position, set position, radius. Again, really small. This is their velocity, circle modifier. Okay. Render size over modifier. So they get bigger with time. Render. So effects to add. Init. Initial position. So how the hell do I make them bigger? And secondly, why does it keep crashing? Is that related to my camera? Like, doesn't quite make sense to him. Okay, we click play. We go, are you going to crash? No. Yes. The answer is yes. Why did you crash? Attempted to subtract. Attempted to subtract with overflow? Okay, we'll just set you to 0 then. There, when you lose, the points just reset. Mostly just because I can't be bothered writing like logic that's like if greater than 1. Reset. Okay. Okay. So we have this tiny square. When I go transform, when I go scale you up, like really big, you really just are an absolutely microscopic square. So how do I make the particles bigger? That's the big question. So we go down here and we go, okay. So the gradient key is obviously not going to have any effect. Age isn't going to have any effect. Initial position, center is going to be 0. Axes, lit Z. Okay, axes. The circular axis in which the normalized value of the circular plane, so that set this to Z for a 2D game. Okay. Radius is the circle's radius. Init velocity. Where, though? So that's a spawner, writer. Okay. Gradient. Damn it, I opened something. Where do I specify the size over lifetime? Gradient. The size gradient defines the based on its lifetime. Splat 0.0. So what if I said like 1? If I said splat 1, is that gradient? Okay, I see something. So what if I said like splat 10? At least the particles are big enough to be seen now. Obviously, we have to tweak a whole bunch of other things. Okay, yep. So now it's going to look like lots of little squares. Mostly because the things like this. Speed's going to be like 100. Speed will be 100. The center, yeah, initial velocity. Center 0. Okay, radius. Radius is going to be like 10. Dimensions surface versus what other dimensions do we have? Volume surface. I think this is a 2D thing. Uh-huh. 2 seconds. The dog is chewing on something. All right, so let's see if we move the, is it this entity? Velocity? No, that's got to be the sphere. This square. No, it's going to be effect 2D. Transform. Okay. So I can move you to wherever I need you to be. Okay, cool. So we want to go here, when you go, okay. So I'm assuming I can set all this up and then I can be all like, don't do this. Cut. We want a resource, and this is going to be particle effect. This is going to be a handle to, what is this? It's an effect asset. An effect asset like that. Okay. And then we're going to say commands.insert resource particle effect. Effect. Okay, like so. And then we're going to say we need one more thing. We need to go component lifetime. And this is going to be an F32. And that's just going to say how long the collision will stay around. So process event, query, process contact event. Yeah, so we process the contact events and then we go on collision if paddles contains others. So we're going to need this, but we're going to say commands dot okay, wait, we need to get commands first. So we do commands. I guess process event. We need another event. Spawn particle. Particles, and it's going to have an entity. Alright, so I'm going to say we'll work on that in a second. So we're going to say here, we're going to go game event spawn particles. That's the wrong thing. Okay, we need this bit here. Paste that there, and then we're going to go, we want to say event dot send events dot send game event spawn particle other. Okay. You need to just do references, thank you. Oh, have I spelled something wrong again? SP spawn particle? Alright, so we need you to have access to commands, I guess, because you need to spawn the particle emitter. So we need commands. What else do we need? So we've got commands. New effect. Alright, so we need the effect. Yeah, okay. So we need to go
effect, which is going to be a res. What do I call it? It's called particle effect. Particle effect. Okay, and then you get all this old school way of doing it. Oh, need that. I need you two to go there. You to go away. And replace with a comma. Name is 2D particle. That can just stay for now. And then we're in a lifetime of 1. Okay. So new. Why are you complaining about new? Okay, so because it's new takes in. Let me say effect dot 0 dot clone. Or is it having? Okay, it's because this should be particle effect handle, because it calls them particle effects, which means that. Alright, particle effect handle, effect clone, particle effect new. Default, okay. Let's look what else is on the particle effect bundle. So we have a particle effect, particle effect, visibility. Okay, so not much. Okay, assign the Z layer so it applies to the GUI inspector and can be modified at runtime. Okay. Okay, so a lifetime of 1, and then we're going to go. So actually, maybe you should. No, because I don't know where the ball actually is. So we'll give you this, and then we say paddle. Let's query for the transform with paddle. Maybe we should go ball, which is the query transform with ball, and then we say let direction equal so let ball equal ball dot single, let paddle equal paddles dot get entity dot unwrap for now. Okay, so you do that, and you get those two. Okay, so ball dot looking at up is Z, so vec Z, up is Z, target is paddle, dot translation. Okay, so so we want to say looking at dot forward
Should give us a vec3. Yeah, okay, so vec3. And then we want to go let direction equal target times ball speed. No, it should be ball size. I think ball size is inside something though. Yeah, so these should all be constants for the whole thing. Paddle size and ball size. Technically paddle size is extractable. Ball size, target times ball size. So then we would want to say ball dot trans right, ball dot translation plus ball size. Alright. Position. And then we spawn here and we go transform is transform from translation pos. Okay. So lifetime of 1, so we need to make the lifetime cleaning thing. So up lifetime, which takes in time, which is a res time, and a query for lifetime. And entities, apparently. We need to do entity, comma, lifetime, and then you do this, and you go, what, stop clicking buttons. Go down here. We need you to middle, mute. Okay, so for, entity, life, which is middle, mute life, mute query. Okay, for that, so we say life dot 0 minus equals time dot delta seconds, query if life dot 0 is less than 0. We need commands as well. Commands. And then we say commands dot entity dot despawn. Recursive. You shouldn't have children, but just in case. Just trying to make this system a little bit more. Again, we'll put it in here so that it's more versatile. You know, you can use it in other systems. To add systems update clean up lifetime. So now basically anywhere in the game, if you just say, hey, give this thing a lifetime, it'll clean it up. When its lifetime gets lower than 0, particle collision event. So you send a spawn particle event. Okay. So then down here we spawn the particle event like so, and we place it at a position of where the collision should have taken place with a lifetime of 1 second. That should mean that we say main. When I go run, when I collide, it should spawn the particles where I collide, as opposed to just, you know, at the ball, the center of the ball. Instead, it'll calculate a crash for one thing. Why did you crash? Why'd you crash? Probably a missing resource. Right. Yes, GPU limits, don't care. Entity panicked. Okay, no paddle. Okay. First off, why did you not detect a paddle? Which thing? So main thread panicked at filter with paddle the system. So there's got to be you process events. Do you not? inset playing particle on enter. It's interesting. Okay, query components transform with paddle in system process events. Okay, process events. Well, does that mean that process events is probably the one that's running rogue? It, funnily enough, is. Because what makes that stupid is it means that this probably isn't working. This. Because what it's saying is that it can't find the entity that I say, like, unwrap. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. So query velocity. Wait, what do I even use this query for? Oh, because I set the ball that way. Right. Right. Okay, so we can say with paddle. I guess use just with out ball, and this one would be with ball. Okay, so you call single on. Okay, so balls, paddles. Okay, so you call single on that, even though single is probably not the best. I'm gonna go like sum, or no, it's not sum, it's okay. Just in case it ends up doing silly like this. Okay, and then else, error, paddle on not found. Oh, no, it's a transform. Transform on not found, and then where'd it go? Up here. And then we want to say this is paddle. So entity, and then continue. Okay. In format string. Oh, okay. Don't know what that one's doing. Okay, transform not found. Look. Okay, so look at. No method named look at for tuple. Okay, right. So it would be ball single dot 1 dot 0. No, not 10, 0. Okay, so we do that, we look at it, we go, okay. Alright. This is why it's nice when I'm streaming, because people can point out my really stupid mistakes. Okay. Okay, so the collision seems a bit off. Like, well, not like, it seems that it's first off spawning in the middle. Because we need it at half the ball, not the whole ball. That would probably make a little bit more sense. Because what I'm doing is I'm working at the middle of the ball. Where is it? Ball size divided by 2. So target times ball size divided by 2. So I work out which way is towards the paddle and then step half the ball's radius, I guess the ball's radius instead of its diameter, towards the okay, that was cool. Okay, yeah, that looks better. Okay, I can't tell if the ball's getting slower. It should be getting faster because the restitution is actually greater than 1. And the friction's all set to 0 and whatnot. But maybe I'm missing something. Okay, so it's not really at the point of collision because if it doesn't collide towards the middle of the ball, it doesn't work. Yeah, there's also that small problem. So I feel like the ball needs to have a constant velocity. Because what's happening is on these slight glances, the ball's actually hitting multiple times. Or like it's not bouncing off, weirdly. See, look, why is it still going this direction? Bounce off. I'm just like shaping the ball to travel around. Zing. It's like just giving it a haircut, you know. Okay. So I don't know what's happening with that because the restitution and all that is set, isn't it? Like, unless I've accidentally. The spawns front bundle. Well, collision, restitution. I probably should set the friction to 0 because I suspect that might be what's happening. I had all this stuff with the normal game. Let's go back to the normal game and go, what did I end up setting on the paddles? Game item, fixed, cuboid, restitution, and friction. Okay, so I need to set both, I think, because otherwise the ball, it takes like the average, which means that it takes the ball's 0 and the paddle's sum and consumes a lot of energy. Hence, it doesn't happen when it hits it square on, it only hits it when it like sort of glides past. What's next? Well, I think next is to go like here and be like, Billy. Ball. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna. Let's go with free. $2 for 2 seconds of sound. Okay. Are these not free then? Because there are little lightning bolts next to them? Filter. That's the only free one. Just that, like, someone's hit a ball. Okay. Yes, this one. How do I download you? This one. This will do. Can I just download this? Or do I have to, like... Okay, it's not. No. Okay. Collision.
Let's go with ball colliding. Kind of funny, but not what I... The fuck? Why do these all sound like shit? Funny, but no. These all just sound so dumb. No. Where do you get equalizer? It's probably more like. I don't know. Call that good. .mp3. Okay, fine. We'll export it as a wave. Export wave. Where are we with Pong? Bevy Pong. Assets. Hit. Underscore 1. Okay. Then can we be like effect? Reverb. Okay, so effect. I'm looking for like speed. Okay, so effect speed. Normalized. Reverb. Echo. Delay 0.5. Decay factor 0.75. How do I make this longer? I think I want to go like this. I want to go like. Just make it longer. Patch it together. Go like here. Go effect. Go. What was it? Was echo? Go. Okay. Effect. Echo. Okay, well, kind of, but we probably want the echo to have maybe a higher decay. And then we want to click the whole thing. We want to go. Okay, from then on, we don't need it. Okay, then we got to go effects. Then we want to be like reverb. No, not repeat. Effects. Reverb. Room size. Yeah. I want to flatten it out, but normalize maybe. I'm gonna like drop like a lot of these sounds in here. Drop that one and like boost some of these sounds. And then maybe add some high pitchy bunch back in. See, I don't want the like you can hear it echoing sort of thing. So maybe we shouldn't have done the echo. So what do? We unecho it. Yeah, but it needs to be longer. So repeat reverb. Maybe okay. Wait. Don't click help. We want to like. We're gonna go to the compressor. Sure. Change speed. Okay. Wait. So what we want to do is actually go undo that. Go effect, change speed. I want it to be like 3 times faster, not 30 times faster. Effect, change speed. 3 times faster. And then we want to go echo.
And we want the echo, the delay time to be like 0.1, the decay factor to be like 0.75. So okay, and then we want to go reverb again. Maybe normalize. We want to blend it somehow. Maybe just reverb again. Reverb. Pre-delay, rebalance, dampening, tone. Try to dampen. Yeah, there we go. And then we want to go change speed and make it like 1. Oh, actually, 0.33. Not 0.33, 0.33. There we go. And then we export that as a wave, and we call that hit 2. Okay. Then we go back to developing the game, because, you know, like, this just got really sidetracked making some noises. So we go to orbit, and we go, yes, hello. When you hit, I want you to do some funny stuff. Primarily, I want, how long is that? The clip's 4 seconds long. So we need 4 seconds of particles. So what is my process events? The process events, we're going to say that your lifetime is 4 seconds. And we are also going to maybe go, probably want to struct down here and go like resource sound, which is going to have a handle audio. So audio source? I don't know. And then handle audio source like so, and then we're going to import from world for sounds. From world, I'm going to say world dot resource asset server let server equal then we're going to say it's sounds asset server dot load hit 1 dot wav and asset server dot load hit underscore 2 dot wav. Okay. I hope Bevy can load wave files. So we initialize the sound like so, and then we go back up here and we go hello, yes, sound. No, this is the particles. We don't care about the particles. We want to go up here and go sounds, which is a res sounds. Okay, and then we want to go here and we go like init resource sounds. Okay, so that'll do our fun little reverby thing, and then we want to go, so your particle effect bundle, and then we want to go Bevy audio. Okay, so we need the audio plugin. So we need to go main, and we need to chuck in the audio plugin. Dot add plugin audio plugin. Okay. Audio channel. Do you not have a bundle? Bundle? No. Okay, maybe I should just look it up. So what's the crate called? Kira. Bevy Kira. Okay. Let's just have a quick squiz on how. So we add the audio plugin and then set background music. So asset server audio looped. Okay, so we asset server.load. Okay, sound settings. So audio is a resource audio. Then we say asset server load background, and we like loop for fade in where with panning 1. Okay, so okay, so how do I guess I don't need to do it quite like that. So what I can do is apparently we just need the audio, which means that we can, so it's not part of you, but we do want to know the position. So what we can do is we can say we want to say let pan equal pos dot x divided by, is it paddle offset? Yeah, that should give you a value between 1 and -1. Basically the idea being that like the more to the left of the screen you want to play it more to the left here, more to the right, but as it goes like up to the top it should play through the middle more. Anyway, so then we want to go, we do need sounds. We need sounds. And then we also need audio, which is a res audio. It's from you. Okay, so we have our audio here. Audio channel main track. Okay, the default audio channel. Okay. Main track's just a marker, audio channel. Okay, so. Okay, so then we're going to say like audio dot play audio source, which is a handle to an audio source, so that's going to be sounds dot 0 dot clone. Okay. Type expected audio source found Bevy prelude audio source. Okay. First off, I thought I turned off Bevy audio. Did I not? Bevy assets. Bevy. Nope. Okay, Bevy audio is gone. I definitely turned it off, so I don't know how I've managed to end up with that. Audio control, audio source. Sound, static sound data, sample rate, frames, settings. Okay, so okay, that's also so when we do here, we say it's not you, it's up here somewhere. So we play, and we play sound. So load, and then so we hit it with the play, and then the play returns something, doesn't it? It returns the play command. Does that mean that the play command must run something when it's dropped? Yeah, drop then Q to Q. That's cool. I like that. I'm assuming Bevy does stuff like that, but it's still just neat that it's like it's when the command is dropped that it executes it. So that you can like just call play. This is not the right thing. Pong. I have too many tabs open. I really should close some. Anyway, so we hit you with the play, and then we go what else? So we're going to fade in, handle, linear, fade in, loop for looped, reverse, start from, with panning, pan, and then we want to get audio play, sounds.1.clone dot with panning pan. Okay. So first off, you're saying that expected F64. Okay. So do that, and F64. Okay. With panning, it'll go, and then, you know. Now, there is a chance that I've got that wrong and it's going to pan out the wrong ear, but, you know, what can you do? Okay, so we play orbit, and it goes, missed it. Oh, it didn't work. Now, why didn't it work? And we also haven't done the particles properly yet. Oh, I missed it. Okay, so why is it not playing sound? Am I an idiot and have my headphones muted? No, obviously not, because I can hear myself, so. So what am I missing? So, play the track in reverse, play the track at half volume, include playback rate by... This also increases pitch with panning. So, it could be that I'm panning values greater than 1. This one. That is a possibility. So, first off, we're going to try don't pan. And so first off, there was no yellow warning. There was a warning saying no asset loader found for the following wave. I thought Bevy had wave. Yes. Well, wait, at least this player does, which means that we probably need to do something like come up here and go audio plugin. Let's just whack it in first. What's it do? Does it in... Okay, it definitely includes wave. And we go down here and we go tumble. Is wave a default feature? Categories. No, that's Bevy. Features. Default, OGG. Okay. Wave. We need to enable wave. Okay, so we need to go to Toml here, which is going to require recompiling shit. Anyway, we are here, we go, this is version, and equals this, and then we say features equals WAV. Okay. Then we go run, and that's going to recompile a handful of things. Shouldn't be too much because it's like a top level with pan. It's a top level crate, so you know, like outside of a very small number of things like its dependencies, it doesn't actually really need to recompile anything. Okay, so you're complaining about something. By default, resource asset server does not. Oh, yeah, because I've put it pre goddamn
Wait, what? Okay. Run. I'm surprised this isn't complaining. Probably because the Rust Analyzer hasn't finished yet. Okay, so it runs, we hit play, and we go, please make it sound. Oh. Excuse me. Why are you not? So that's obviously panning something wrong. Because it seems that maybe it's over here. No. Might be a timing thing. Alright, I'm going to say that we need to tweak this orbit slightly so that it's not possible to stop. Because stopping makes the ball very predictable, whereas if you can't act... if you can't stop, then in theory the ball will always have like a little bit of wobble. Like, you can't ever ping it straight back because you'd need to be in exactly the right spot and exactly the right, so that as you moved under it, it got hit by the right amount. I'm not quite sure what, probably because the ball's past halfway. God damn it. Stop hitting it out. Okay. I don't know why it's not letting me play the sound more than once. It's probably getting a negative number or something, and it's not liking it. DPG. Alright, let's see what pan's printing out as, because what we want is pan, well, one, probably clamp it between -1 and 1. Because I think that's how panning works, because it does say down here that a panning of 1 only play on our right ear. Must mean that a panning of -1 only plays on our left ear. Oh, missed it. Missed it. What did it say? What was the panning? Well, apparently nothing. Why are you not printing anything? You're definitely playing a sound, so I don't understand why the console's empty. Probably because something else is printing over the top of it. Yeah, so pan's like... God damn it. Why? Just righted... Oh god, I must have hit it by accident. What was the pan on that boy? Okay, I need to hit it once without sound, like when the sound doesn't play, to go like, okay, you said -9, so you should have played something, unless negative doesn't work. So do we divide? It is possible, it's entirely possible that it doesn't like negative pan values with panning. Okay, the default 0.5, so yeah, it's negative pan values will make it not play. So we want this number divided by 2 plus 0.5. That should mean that we now get sick pan values. And we might want to clamp it as well, but we'll work that out. When I say with panning, do you clamp it? Because it'd be really funny. You obviously don't. Yeah, panning some. You obviously don't clamp it because if you clamped it, you wouldn't care about negative numbers anymore. So,
and then we want to go the whole thing, wrap that whole thing like that, and then we just go like clamp between 0 and 1. Because theoretically it can get more than -0.5 and whatnot if somehow you managed to hit the ball while it was outside of the play area. I also feel like the numbers are backwards, so. Dun, dun, dun. No, that seemed right. Are you on the other side? Yep. Oh. Get around. Oh god, that's cool. I like that one. Alright. That is pretty damn nice. So, what do we want? We want to go... Well, first off, because again, these were suggestions that I gave Mr. Tree Frog in our discussion when he first sent, is I was saying add lots of juice, make it deeper, make it more particles, reverb, particles bounce, and I'm going to add some screen shake, which is again one of the next suggestion. I don't know why I don't put the second 0 there. Like, you're right, that does look cleaner, but I think it's one of those annoying things that, like, I also do 5 point nothing. Like, it's just the same as it's like Rust forces you to put the point to convert the integer to a float, and just in my head I'm like, I'm putting the number 5, not 5 point something 5, and then so I don't put the 0. Like if I put 5.0, I'm saying like this value is not exactly 5 for some reason. My brain just decides that if it's got that point at the end, it's saying not, like there's more it's not the integer 5, it's 5, like the concept of anything sort of close to 5. That's why I do it, I guess. I don't know. It's like a weird brain tick, I guess. Okay, so first off, we do not need the tiny square anymore. The tiny square was literally only there to yeah, it's 5 as opposed to 5. You know, it's the is it the, if I put the number 5 and just a dot, it's the integer 5. If I put the 5 and the dot, it's the floating point notation error possibility of 5. Just mentally, like that's how my brain distinguishes. Not actually, it makes literally no difference to the actual code. It's just that's how my brain distinguishes. So what we want to do is we first off we want to go like where do I spawn my particles? I've forgotten. Okay, so we spawn our particles, and then we're gonna go. Should I spawn 2? Don't paste. That was terrifying. No, don't pause this. What we want is we want to go you and you, like so. We don't need the comment to come. 5, yeah, 5-ish. Yeah, it's 5 with the closest approximation would be 5 dot. Like it feels integer, but it's 5 to the closest approximation. If I put 5.0, I want it to be exact. You know, none of this add two numbers together. Like, I guess maybe it comes from the physics background of if you put 5, that means 5 plus or minus a half. If you put 5.0, that means 5 plus or minus 0.5, because putting that 0 means I'm confident that this is a 0 within half of the next unit error. So maybe that's where it comes from, is that spending a lot of time doing physics and getting a distinct, like, these are two separate things. 5 and 5.0 are two different numbers. I don't know, that would be a curious thing to ask people, like, on the level of, like, check their education and see if, like, if you've got a physics background, do you have a different view on the different, the number 5 point and 5.0? Do they become a different number to you? Where did my particles go? Particle handle. Okay, so we want this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Okay, so we want to go gradient, so we need this gradient. So this gradient's going to transition. Oh, you're just literally making it transparent. So we want to, yeah, we want you to transition from, like, gray. So this one's going to be gray. So this is gradient, gradient moon, as opposed to Sailor Moon. You know, you've got gradient moon. Okay, so we have gradient moon. Yeah, but that's what I mean. It's like it's only for Rust, but it's like, is that because Rust is the place where it matters? Like, as I'm saying, like, in my head, it's these numbers mean two different things, and sure, Rust is probably the only place in the last 10 years that I've used it, but Rust. First thing I think of is, yeah, and I guess that's what I'm saying is, to me, 5 and 5 dot are in the same class, but 5.0 is in a different class because, yeah, we use 5 and 5 dot differently, but I mentally consider them to be the same. It's literally just converting from an integer to a float, whereas 5.0 is a different number for the representation of, for the sake of the representation. Interesting. Okay, so we have gradient Earth. I mean, calc's still pretty high level math. I know it's a bit hard because Americans have different math systems. I'm just saying, like, it's not really the level of math, it's the use case of the numbers. In physics, you have errors, and when you write down 0.0, you're saying, I am confident to the hundredths place that this number is accurate to the hundredths place, because otherwise I would have put another 0. So if you put 0.00, you're confident to the thousandth place that this number is what it is. So it's like the application, not the head weight of the math. Like a really complicated math, it's the same thing. But if I write down on a bit of paper a specific number, it tells you not just the number, but my confidence in the number by the number of zeros at the end I tacked on. Yeah. I kind of like that, but I also I keep finding the issue when something has no return and you leave you miss a semicolon at the end and it goes, oh, you can't return a reference that. You know, it's like, well, but the return type's none, so shouldn't you instinctively know that it'd drop it? But it's just a weird, like, sometimes things in Rust are funny. Okay, so first off, I want like way more particles, like 60 particles. to parent over their lifetime. By default, the asset spawn 0. Okay, so first off, we need a. Can I just say do this again, or are you going to tell me that these objects are moved? Yeah. Okay. So this, and then we want to go. This is effect Earth, and this is effect Moon. I don't know why I keep typing moon. Okay, so there's effect moon, and then we want effect Earth. So in theory, they both are identical at the moment, except that they're slightly different colors. Now, the idea... type annotation needed. Why does you need a type annotation? Gradient T, type must be known at this point. What do you mean? Oh, because I never use gradient Earth, which means it can't infer the type. Where's gradient? Earth effect, gradient Earth. Okay. Render color lifetime modifier. Writer. Okay, so this writer.finish takes writer.finish takes ownership. Alright, so we probably want to go something like copy all of this and just put it down here. So we just literally start again and do the whole lot again. And then we can probably get rid of the gradient Earth up here. So we don't need this. Okay, so we have our writer and then we do our stuff. Moved. What do you mean moved? Gradient moon. Oh, and this is it's gradient Earth, my dude. That's probably what doesn't let it set it. So it's gradient Earth. And then we set that. So the Earth transition is more blue. The moon is basically just a grey. So that should mean that when they collide, because it spawns both, and they both get cleaned up. So, I agree, like, to a certain extent, because, like, it's more of the inconsistency with it that annoys me, because where was it? It was in here somewhere. When I set like the speed of my paddle, this is just really nice to not have to type return on everything, and it reads really obviously. Where is my send a move paddle? Let's find move paddle. Like where is it? Move paddle. In here. This I don't think should need return. Oh, well, I guess they don't need returns, but like because these also are returning out of the if statement to set. This looks really nice and feels really nice. And the trailing type, like, you know, I want to return true, looks fine. Like, I actually kind of like that it does this. But what I don't like is the fact that it's like, hey, you're returning a Boolean when you're supposed to return nothing. I think it should just ignore the trailing type if it doesn't have a return type, or like, you know, maybe it might be a little bit more confusing. It would be an implicit call to into or whatever. I don't like that if you leave a trailing, it takes it. Like the fact that it doesn't just go, oh, you don't return anything. Well, I'm going to tell you that you're trying to return something. That's what bothers me. Otherwise it's actually kind of nice to not have to type return. I kind of wish there was other ways to return shit, like the question mark operator. That, you know, didn't need you to type return, because it's just really annoying when you're like, you get someone, you're like, now return, and it's like, it looks tacky in the middle of like a line of code and then return at the end, and returning nothing. Like, I understand that you need some kind of way to indicate that it breaks, but it would just be like nicer if it was a symbol versus like, and only for is it unit returns? Like only when you don't return nothing. I just want like a symbol, like a double period or something, like, to indicate that it returns without a value, and then have it so option can return ... as instead of none, just because it just looks so tacky at the end, especially because it makes it pink, but that's more my style. It just makes it pink and it's just really obvious and hideous looking. But I guess that's one of the sacrifices for readability. What are we doing? We were run. Okay, so we play orbit and we go Please stop. So now we have, why are they still blue? They're supposed to be grey and quite blue. So one thing to do with that is to go orbit. So what do we do? So we want our moon gradient. Wait. What? Did I set 5? And I called it mood. Moon. I set 5? No. 1. 1, 2. Oh no, yeah, 0.5. 0.5. That would explain why the it looked really blue. It's because I had set 5, not 0.5. Alright, and then the same, we're gonna go to the water gradient. We're gonna say maybe make these like 1. I also have no idea if it's using linear color scale, which means that, is that halving or is that quartering the amount of anyway, so age, we say that the particles, they maybe shouldn't live for 5 seconds, maybe 4 seconds. Okay, so there's all our particles tweaked again, so they should be more grey now, which will be nice. Go. Okay. So. Oh, I love it. I'm supposed to be adding screen shake just so that it feels more visceral. Because the idea is that the screen shake won't actually change the controls because it's not like I'm moving the mouse. So if the screen shake will just be to give like an emphasis, and when you hit like lots, it'll just like the screen. It'll be great. I missed it. Oh, I do love when it hits it twice and like, just adds this amazing like noise to it. A spring would be actually pretty good. I was just gonna make the camera wobble and just like have it like is it lerp back to the same position, but like invert the value. But I could just attach the camera to a spring and have a force applied based on the velocity of the moon. So on collision, add the Earth's velocity to the spring, and that will cause the spring to oscillate back in the direction of the camera and shake the camera. That seems like a pretty good way of doing it, actually, just for the sake of simplicity. Anyway, I'm still trying to work out these particles just a little tweak more. So we're spitting out like 60. We need like a lot with name 2D. So position, lifetime, age. So we made them live not quite as long. I need the shape. Where's the shape? Pause. Shape. Shape. Set circle modifier. No, we want set position cone circle sphere. Why is there no cone 3D? No such field of A. Center. Okay, what do you have? A height. Base radius. The cone height along the axis. Okay, so we want to go height is going to be like 1. Okay, writer dot lit 1 dot expr. Is that how that works? So handle expression. Okay. Base radius. F32. So F52. Dimension shape. So base radius, and it's going to be writer dot lit. I guess 5 dot expr. There's another one of those. When Bevy gets an editor, it'll be nice because currently it's going to be pretty hard to work out what the shape of this
top radius is going to be 0. Okay, so we're going to get the top radius writer dot lit 0. Expr. Okay, and then we want to export from the surface. I guess. I don't know if this is even going to work because I've given it a 3D shape and a 2D. Because what I want to do is lean the cone over, and I'm not sure which way I want to lean the cone. Because leaning it forward will mean that a lot of the particles will come out, but I don't know if they were going to emit at the end or out the sides. Missed it. Okay. So the cone worked because I think it's the blue one that I've done. You'll see how it's all spewing in that direction. So what that annoyingly means though is that we need to rotate that object so that it's facing the right rotational angle. So we don't want the ball's rotation, we want the paddle's rotation. And so we need to just rotate it 90 degrees. 90 degrees. Degrees to radians, that's the number we want. Okay. It's like I pray that they review it. I don't care if we don't. Yeah. Anyway, my point with why we need a internal editor, because even though the Bevy editor please is amazing, it very few crates go to the effort of implementing functionality for it because it forces people to use it if they want to use your crate, or you have to hide it all behind wall, like our feature wall. So it's really amazing, especially considering it's done huge improvements of making things like just reflect works. But it means that things like debug rendering won't work properly because there's no way this person can render the cone unless they know I've got the editor. So it's not fun that I can't see what the cone looks like. Anyway, so when we're spawning U, which is the Earth, so we're going to call U effect Earth and U effect Moon. So effect Earth and then dot. So I think we just need to give you actually the target. So where's our paddle? Yeah, paddle. So we don't use the paddle. So dot with rotation paddle dot rotation. So that should mean that you have the same rotation as the paddle. And then maybe one day I'll be confident enough to contribute back to Bevy. Most of the stuff that I make is just so garbage. I'm like, nah, you know what? Community's better without it. Or at least making it a plugin and not in the engine itself. All right, so I feel like this is a the cone needs to face the other way. It kind of worked. It didn't work at all. Why it's pointing down? So it's going to point up. No, it's also still pointing down. Why does it work sometimes? I think I need to rotate round the Z a little bit. So maybe with rotation dot. Transform quad. How do I apply a rotation? W X Y Z. Don't think I just want to tack it onto the Z, but it'd be really funny if I did. Is finite, is dynamic. Okay, so what we could do
is go... We don't actually ever use... Like, we literally just use your translation, which means that I should be able to say, like, let paddle equal paddle dot rotate. Local x, local z. Rotate z by that much. Right, so we need to be like dereference. There we go. Nope, that's not going to work apparently. What do you mean cannot be dereferenced? Dereference paddle. Okay, so we need to say like paddle equals. There's a way to do it, like dot rotate with rotation. No, these all take mutable references. So we just dereference paddle, and then we say paddle dot rotate. Rotate around the z, rotate that much. Okay, so that should be 90 degrees. The issue is that, like, it doesn't feel like it's working properly. Because it should be rotating the correct amount. Like you would think it would work, like, be out by the same amount each time, which means that it's probably something like... So you're pointing down. You're pointing down. Okay, so you're pointing up. Okay. Maybe I should be like paddle dot looking at with vec3 z being our up direction and the target being vec3 0. It's looking at. So looking at should take in a transform. Okay, and then we're going to comment this out for now. So we're going to say paddle, and then we're going to take the paddle's rotation. It'd be really funny if I was rotating it twice. No. So we're just giving it with rotation, paddle rotation. So that should mean that the paddle should always be looking at the middle. Okay, one that looks pretty awesome. I don't know why it's always doing that. So I feel like I need to modify the cone now. The cone itself needs to be modified. So we probably have that correct. That's probably what was going on, is that the particle cone is just wrong. So we specify that your height is 1 along the axes. Initial velocity, axes, is the z. So it says, yeah, for 2D games you want z. Okay. Center is 0. So that allows you to, this just lets you offset. And the speed is, okay. So what if I invert this? Because I'm not quite sure why all the particles blow off to the side. I mean, it looks pretty cool, but So that didn't seem to make any difference. Maybe if instead of pointing at 0, 0, I told it to look at the ball. It's, you know, we are kind of doing that. So we want to say you look at ball. Target is ball dot translation. No. I feel like the cone's pointing in the wrong axes is what's happening here. It was working. That's what's really odd about it. Like, if I just use the paddle's rotation, it goes back to firing at a cone. So it's like, as if it's like rotating it in the z-axis or something. Yeah. So. Oh god. Can I invert them? Like, what happens if I say negative? If I said with rotation, negative paddle dot rotation. Because it could just be that. Then that would explain why it's so difficult to tell. Like, it's not out by 90 degrees because it's actually inverted, which means that it's out by 180 degrees in the reverse direction. So that one gives you up, and then missed it. Okay, this one gives you up, and that gives you up, and I need to hit down here and go. If you give me up, okay, nope, you give me like a weird. You give me the correct one. You give me like completely the wrong one. So what if I said, like, don't give me looking up, maybe? The z-axis is up. I don't know what to do in order to get it to look in the right direction. Because it's not that it's backwards, which, you know, because I've had that where it's like, as you rotate, it's the wrong rotation. So it's obviously got to look at a specific point. So looking at, what about looking at 0, 0 and then rotating 90 degrees? Because the looking at 0, 0 is actually correct. In that it was always, oh, now it's looking at the ball, but it was giving me a flat line, which was always perpendicular to the, okay. Rotating 90 degrees is pretty good. So probably want to rotate negative 90 degrees considering we lost half of the monstrosity. Okay, and we'll work on the screen shake while that compiles. So I guess one issue with this is we need missed it. Okay, so we should probably go back to looking at 0, 0 for one thing, instead of the ball. Vec 3, 0. Alright, so rotate around opposite the z-axis and then rotate 90 degrees, negative 90 degrees in this case. Alright, anyway. The issue is with the screen shake and attaching it to a spring is I don't want to attach the actual camera to a spring, in the sense that it's the same camera for the orbit camera and the not orbit camera. So we're going to say like component screen shake, and this is going to Maybe you should call you a resource. Screen shake and it just be like entity. Okay, and then what we'll do is we'll have like fn set up underscore screen shake. Okay. And then we want to go commands and a query for a entity with camera. So then we say for camera in query, and then we say so first we want to let id equal commands let so we want to spawn a spring. Okay, so I don't know how to do this. So spring prelude spring. Okay, let's go to the internet because this is going to take forever otherwise. Bevy repair. Okay. And we're going to go joint. Because it's called a joint. So we want a free joint. Revolving joint? No. Free joint? No. How do you put it on a spring? Spring. Joint motion. Okay. No, we want to go here and go. No, remove. Spring. Okay, how do I make a joint? Primary joint builder. Okay. Is this correct? Who knows? Alright. Primary joint builder. Create primary joints using building pattern up. Okay, so new axes is vec2 1. Local anchor 2. Alright. Alright, let's get rid of all this for now. Let's try and spawn a little joint that bounces back and forth. So first off, somehow we've missed something. Or is that a typo in their thing? How did I not copy? Oh, there's a typo in the example code. Parent entity. Where the hell did I get the parent entity from? Data. Impulse joint, no. Parent entity. Okay, So spawn a rigid body dynamic. Okay, and the parent entity is just going to be commands.spawn special special. Bundle. Ugh, my brain is not working. Spatial bundle default. It also needs to have what is it, game. What was my fucking little struct called? Game item. Game item. Just so that it gets despawned with the rest of the shit. And then this is your parent entity. Mismatched type. Expected entity, found entity. Yeah, okay, so .id. Okay. So we're going to set up screen shake. And basically I'm just going to have a system that clones the position of this thing back. Add system on. I mean, we may as well just combine these. Oh, wrong one. Control Z, Shift. Yeah. Okay, set up screen shake. So when I say run, setting up screen shake should mean that it should spawn a rigid body, or an object in the middle of the world that's just empty, and then a rigid body attached to it. So hopefully, it's not going to have a problem that rigid body is. Well, it's not doing anything. You have a joint, don't you? Impulse joint. Friction. Which one have I selected? Okay, that's you. Okay. One of these. So you're the impulse joint. Rigid body dynamic. Alright, I want to know your velocity. I have a feeling it's not working because its parent's not an object. Parent entity. Configure motion position. Motor velocity. Target position, target value, stiffness, dampening. It lets you control all the parameters of a... So maybe I have to give it a velocity first in order to get it to like actually not just be be sitting there. Okay, so we need to spawn a rigid body dynamic like that without that. Like so. And then we're going to go to the next line. Okay, so spawn rigid body, impulse joint, and velocity. Linear vec2 splat 200. Alright, so we configure the joint with a motor velocity. Target velocity is 1, factor is 2. Okay. Are you at least slowing down, Mr. Entity? Or are you just going to fly away forever? No, your sensor. Which one of these is going to have like nothing on it but a rigid body? Yeah, you don't seem to be slowing down. Maybe the parent entity also needs to be a rigid body. Parent entity. Please collect all this information in two nice, neat lines. And then you are going to be a rigid body fixed. Okay, shouldn't need anything else. I don't know why the motor just like slinged it off into space. Well, it hasn't. Yeah, I set its velocity to 200 and then the motor just didn't do anything. Or the joint didn't do anything. Hey look, it's at least got a spring between them. Oh god, it just exploded. Is it you? You? Velocity? Your velocity doesn't seem to be slowing down, so... Location 1. Set the joint's anchor position in the local space of the first rigid body, okay? And in the local space of the second rigid body. So we probably want this to be 0, 0, 0, 0. Okay. Motor max force. Motor model. Motor position. So, motor position. Set the target angle the motor needs to reach. Real. Stiffness. Dampening. Target position real means that you need to reach 0 with a stiffness and a dampening. Okay. I don't know what the motor values actually represent, so obviously the stiffness and dampening is pretty obvious. It'll look how quickly it slows down and how hard it is to speed up. But I'm like, it doesn't seem to be applying. Oh, I can't even open that one apparently. It's weird. Alright, but like it doesn't even seem to be slowing down. Your dynamic. See, like your velocity is not actually changing. Impulse joint handle. Like, you're not doing anything. My feeling is because you've already got motor model. Motor model. Acceleration based. Force based. No generic joint data. Raw generic joint data. Location, limited axes, motor axes, degrees of freedom, motor for this joint. Coupled axes. I feel like I've set something, like, when I said this is 1, I've just said that you can move completely freely. Can I set you to, like, 0 and say that the motor will completely apply on all dimensions, maybe? Because it was originally X, which makes me wonder if maybe that it's just that the motor can only drive it in an XY direction or something. Okay, 3D example. There doesn't appear to be a difference except the number of vectors. Okay, no. Spherical joint? No. Fixed joint? Okay, we don't want a fixed joint. We want a free joint. Okay, but how do I make it free joint? Because it's free, spherical, revolute joint. Revolute joint. Revolute joint prevents any relative movement or Was simulating wheel sounds. Okay. It's not a second. The free axis. Okay. Joint prevents any relative motion between two except on the relative translation on one axis. It is characteristic of by one local in 3D and okay. Well, that just crashed immediately. Wait. No, not you. Why did it crash? So else normalized failed. Okay, so you can't normalize to 0. Okay, so if we said X, I feel like this is just going to mean that it's going to not be able to change on one axis, but maybe that'll mean that it'll pull it down in one axis. I think I have the wrong type of joint. Joint motors. See, it doesn't seem to... Oh. It doesn't even seem to be slowing down is what's confusing me. Almost. Oh, shit. That always hits... scares the shit out of me every time. See, like, it doesn't seem to be slowing down. The impulse joint's not doing shit. How do I simulate a spring? Okay, so if we went, maybe there's a thing called a free joint. Maybe that's what we want. So we want to say like joint. Rope joint? You mean that limits the maximum? Okay. Okay. I think we're getting somewhere. So first off, I should just go joint. And go, okay, so there's a rope joint, a fixed joint, a generic joint, impulse joint, prismatic joint. Okay, so maybe we want a rope joint builder. We want to say new. Then we want to go, apparently build. But what the fuck is a rope joint? Okay. Okay, right. New, which is anything that implements into. Okay. So we want to go, we don't want to call build. We want to go new rope joint. Local anchor can probably just stay as a vec2. So 0, 0. So we want to say like motor Motor max force. Motor model. Limits. The min maximum limit distance attached to the ridgeboard country. Okay, no. What if we just said let J override. Okay. Joint, and then we say joint. And we go, that's a rope joint. Is that like a specific 2D thing? Or is there anything about this that's specifically 2D? You know, rope joint? Still doesn't seem to be applying anything. What if we said motor max force 100? My issue is I have no idea what field I'm supposed to be setting, and if I set the wrong fields, it doesn't do anything. Like, for all I know, I need to set a limit, and that would make it work because it's obviously not applying any force whatsoever. Wait, why are you up there? No, the editor shouldn't be changing anything unless it's specifically put. Besides that, the impulse joint doesn't even have an implementation for the editor. So, like, yeah, no, the editor would show the correct thing. Do you know what's interesting? And maybe this is what it is that just realized. Impulse joint velocity spatial bundle. Maybe it's because there's no spatial bundle, which means that when it tries to write the transform back, I'm just trying to make a spring so that it like tries to pull it back to 0, 0 over time. And obviously it should pull harder the further away it gets or something. Maybe if I bring this joint back, because I've literally just given it a position. Because it could be that it didn't have a transform, so it like literally was moving inside the. Nope, so that's still moving. Which one are you? This one probably? No. Well, that's interesting because whichever one you are, impulse joint. There you are. Okay, so it's moving. It's got an impulse joint on it. So it's got no force on it. So what if we went like max force and then limits, and that's 2 F32s. So it's negative 20 and 20. We need dots. Okay. See, none of them are applying the force, which you're not the right one. Like the velocity is not changing, which means no force is being applied. Dynamic impulse joint. Yeah, interesting. So, motor max force. Okay. So, spring-like equivalent. So all the available models use a spring. Motor velocity. Okay, motor velocity. Motor velocity. target velocity 0 factor 2 root 2 dampening. That's the target velocity it needs to reach. Factor of 2. That might just immediately stop it, because the dampening of a 1 would immediately stop it. But it says it's a factor, not a dampening, so I don't know. God, this stuff gets confusing. Well, it crashed, so that probably tells me that this value can't be greater than 1, so we put it on 0.5. I mean, what does a factor of 2 even mean? Basically that it inverts the direction, I guess. No, it's still crashing. Why are you still crashing? Because not yet implemented. Panicked, not yet implemented. To do. Maybe it's just that one, because I can't imagine that they'd not have that. Okay, let's just take the lazy approach of being like, whack all this shit in here away, and we go, we want to set up the screen shake. So first off, we want a screen shake, and then 32. I wish there was a way to like have it drawn towards a specific point, like gravity to the center of the screen. But instead, what we will do is what we can do is probably do something like for entity in query, like so, and then we'll say commands.entity entity dot insert screen shake, probably maybe like a 1. I don't know what the number is going to represent yet, so I'm just testing to see if this works. And a velocity of right, we have to do that. So we want to go. This needs to be up a line. So we have to insert a screen shake, a velocity of linear 0, vector splat 0, and a rigid body fixed, no, dynamic, velocity based. All right. So okay, because you need to be not a resource, a component. All right, so screen shake. So a factor of 1. So then we want to go oh, right, it's not going to do anything because I was going to use it. All right, we're going to do a dynamic. But we want it to go gravity scale. Gravity scale 0. All right, so no gravity, and that should mean that we can tell our camera to move a little bit, and then we can apply impulses to it. So what we'd want to do then is we want to go screen shake, and then that's going to be a vec3, I guess, like so, and then you are going to say you can't send an event while you're reading events. God damn it. Okay, there's no point making an event then if I can't. Well, I guess I could send it as a... Anyway, so what we want to do is we want to go query for yes, I think it might be my longest stream ever. What's that? Yeah, probably at almost 5 hours. So it's probably with screen shake. Maybe we could just grab a mutable screen shake. Vec3 maybe. So that would just mean we just be like vec3 splat 1. Okay, so what are we doing? So we're querying and we're going to go, I want mute screen shake. All right. Okay, so anything with screen shake. And then we're going to go down here and we're going to go, when we calculate position, so we calculate target, which is look at that and then dot forward. All right, so we need to say that for mute shake in mute query, okay. And then we say like shake dot 0 plus equals target. Okay. So we update the screen shake just ever so slightly. And that should mean that when I go run, when I hit, I should be able to look at the components and, well, actually I won't be able to because I haven't reflected screen shake. But this, well, I guess the hope is that this doesn't crash. Okay, well it didn't crash, so that's always good. Then we want to come down here and we want to go fn screen shake. So this is going to query for all entities. So okay, we probably want to give you a bunch of damping of like 0.5, like quite a high dampening. What do you mean? Oh, linear. Okay, so okay, so damping linear 0.5 and angular dampening 0.5. Okay, so add a whole bunch of dampening, and then we want to go query for not all entities like that. We want to go, we want anything with a velocity. Velocity and a screen shake. Okay, so we want to mute velocity and mute screen shake. And then we want to go anything with a velocity and screen shake. We need these mute. Then we go for velocity and shake in mute query. Then we say velocity dot linear plus equals okay, plus equals shake dot 0, and then shake dot 0 divide equals 0.5. Wait, no, not divide equals. That will constantly make the screen shake intensify. Times equals. Okay, so cannot add a sign. Oh, because you're a vect 3. Okay, we want a vect 2, and we want to say up here that you are, I guess, target dot truncate. Okay. You're a 2 splat, you're a 2 splat. You down here is a linear. Okay, we need you and you times equals, well, like a -1/2 maybe. Okay. So the camera should have like visibility, velocity. It's got only, oh, we haven't added the system yet. That would help, I'm stuck. What do we want? We want to go here, we want to go here, we want to go update, move paddle. We probably make the screen shake its own thing. Stop. Add systems to update, and then we want screen shake dot inset playing. All right, so try that. This should, in theory, mean that every time the ball hits the whatever you call it, every time the ball hits the paddle, it should give the screen some velocity. So why does the screen not get any velocity? Okay. Do you get any velocity whatsoever? Yes, you do, but it's just like ridiculously small. Okay, so our camera should in theory be moving around, but who knows, something might even be clamping it. So go down here, we'll go to screen shake, and we're going to go like, please exaggerate the screen shake by plus adding times 100. But that also means we probably want to go, our screen shake is going to be times equal to -1/2. So basically it's going to go and sort of vibrate around. Really don't know how you implement screen shake. It's more what it boils down to. Alright. If I can just get the screen to shake, that would be awesome. Because the idea is it should be getting like velocities and then it won't quite set the velocity back to 0. Okay. Oh, I missed it. Okay. One more thing doing the screen shake when you is screen shake. We want your velocity. We also want your transform. Alright. We don't want to do that. We want to say you are mute and you are transform. And then we want time. Then we're going to go here, and we're going to go let transform.translation equals transform.translation dot lerp vec 3 0 and time. Dot delta seconds. Hmm. Well, the sprite's unloaded. What the fuck? Okay. I mean, it is kind of fun that the fact that the I also have another idea. So what we can actually do is, instead of lerping by delta seconds, because that constantly will try and lerp you back, you're going to lerp by elapsed seconds dot frac times 2 4 dot times 4 dot clamp between 0 and 1. No. Times 4. We don't want to times 4 then clamp to No, we want to don't times 4. We want to times the elapsed time by 4 and then take the fraction, which means that basically the dampening will the screen shake will drag the camera back to the center every quarter of a second, like over the course of a quarter of a second, which means that we can do dumb shit like turn this up to like 1,000, and this number should, which is like the dampening, really, it will tell you how many times the so maybe we should turn the camera's dampening off if we're gonna, because eventually we'll set it. Okay, so what that tells me is I probably need a much better dampening factor. Like it's shaking for way too long. So we want to shake a lot, but not intense. So the idea of this is it'll oscillate back and forth. Each oscillation being 25% the power of the previous one. We also want to say that you don't have any dampening, just turn it off. Since basically I'll manage the dampening in the sense that each frame I set the velocity to its inverse at half its speed. And maybe we should just set its position. Oh god. I plus add it, don't I? Which means that we actually probably want to, if we want it to if we want it to dampen faster. Okay, we want to equal screen shake times it doesn't. I was going to say, like, we could linearly dampen it faster by just turning it up so that it's a closer fraction. I went the wrong way. I said make it a smaller fraction. Okay. So maybe we want to get rid of that times by 4, because the timesing by 4 just, it shortens the time that it will drag it back to 0. Because we're trying to just lerp back towards 0. And what I kind of want is the velocity to -1 divided by 60. So it hits it pretty hard, but it doesn't. It basically gets set back to 0 almost immediately. So that's not what we want. First off, we probably want the other way. We want 1 minus 1 divided by 60. This is going to end up with like just a really dumb amount of screen shake. I'll probably look up a tutorial or something on how to do proper screen shake, because it's just really dumb. Also, I feel like that's supposed to be the other way. It's pretty good, but it's not really what I wanted. So I wanted this to lerp back, so maybe we should just give it time delta time. The issue with time delta time is it'll never elapse back to like 0. It'll always just sort of get close, but never actually reach it. But I guess it doesn't really matter for the camera, and then we can just make sure that when we exit, we reset the camera. Whoa! Okay. Okay, what's happening? Whoa! Whoa! Does make the game a lot harder. I also don't know what's happening to the sprites. This happened last time I was doing this shit. Is that the sprites just started disappearing. Okay, first off, that's definitely backwards. It's firing in the wrong direction. So U equal negative that time. Shake times equals 1 minus I don't get why the shake's so goddamn big. Probably because it's like starting really high and then, you know, the tiniest movements is a huge amount of velocity. Maybe we just lerp it as well. I can't see it's a circle. Alright, I am probably going to call the stream here. Most of this is just getting really dumb. I do love just the absolute insanity that is the screen shake. But yeah. Alright, have fun. I'm gonna end the stream here, and I guess I'll see you all in the next video or whenever I do a live stream next. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully I'll have the screen shake worked out. Hook slot. Okay. And yeah, I'll see you all. And I'll post this in the Git repo when I get it. Well, I guess I'll just update it. This is Pong. So yeah, I'll see you all in the next stream.